Welcome. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call to order the first Governance and Policy Committee meeting for this school year. I'd ask if you are able to please rise. As someone based in Scarborough, I'm operating on the traditional territories of many Indigenous nations. This area has been under the care of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat, Mississaugas of the Credit, and any other nations that may be unrecorded. The territories that encompass Toronto are under a number of treaties, including the Toronto Purchase, the Rouge Tract Claim, and the Williams Treaty. Conversations around the Toronto Purchase Treaty began in 1787, and settlement between the Government of Canada and the Mississaugas of the Credit was only reached in 2010. This took more than 200 years due to lack of guarantees of land rights, inclusion of Indigenous voice, and proper financial compensation. This is important to highlight as it shows how slow justice has been for Indigenous communities. I'd like to acknowledge my settler privilege and extend my solidarity to Indigenous communities whose land I continue to benefit from. Many of us came here as settlers, immigrants, or refugees. I'd also like to acknowledge those who came here involuntarily as a result of the transatlantic slave trade. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Happy New Year. I hope everyone had a great break. I wish everyone great health, success, and joy for this new year. This is the first GPC meeting, as well as the first committee meeting for this new year. And as policies are so important that they're inclusive and equitable to challenge systemic barriers, I'm looking forward to the important conversations that are going to take place in GPC. So I'd like to welcome our new committee members, Trustee Earhart, Trustee Hastings, Trustee Nunziata, Trustee Pei, Trustee Sriskandarajah, and Trustee Wong. I'd also like to acknowledge trustees in the room, Trustee Chernos Lin, Trustee Hastings, and Student Trustee Bell. If there are any other trustees joining us online, please let us know.
Trustee Chan's here and part of the committee as well.
Trustee Williams here.
Trustee King is here.
Welcome.
Trustee present.
Welcome, Trustee Pei. Thank you. And may we have approval of the agenda, a mover and a seconder, please? Trustee Chernos and Trustee Nunziata. Thank you. Up next, we have declarations of possible conflict of interest. And can we vote on the agenda? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, thank you. And now moving on to declarations of possible conflict of interest. Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on to delegations. Delegations are a way we hear from parent, student, and community voice where they are able to address committees of the board directly. This ensures members of the public can provide input into the board's decision-making process. Delegates are reminded that they are to provide input in a respectful and constructive manner and not to engage in any behavior contrary to the board's code of conduct, human rights policy, or delegation procedure. Reminder, you have 5 minutes to speak. Once you have 1 minute left, you hear a little bell. At the end, please do stay with us as there may be some questions of clarification from trustees. So up first, we have William Hart. Oh, in person, welcome.
Hi. Just let me know when I can begin.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, Happy New Year. First of all, I'd like to thank the trustees for having me at the Policy and Governance Committee to talk about this important matter. My name is Willem Hart. I am a teacher in the secondary school system. I'm currently teaching accounting and enjoying it very much. And I'm a resident of the wonderful community of Willowdale. I am a proud member in good standing with the Ontario College of Teachers, license number 713613, although my remarks today are on my behalf and my behalf alone, not my employer or the college. I'm here to speak in favor of the idea of exploring some sort of restriction on the use of cellular phones by students in TDSB classrooms. I have been in the classroom in some capacity for almost 10 years as a teacher, a student teacher, and as an educational assistant, and there is not a doubt in my mind that the overall student mental health, student well-being, the general amount of learning that's going on, and the attention span of students is all in decline. The culprit is unabated use of smartphones, devices, and constant connection to the toxicity of social media and endless mindless entertainment. I love my job, I love being a teacher, I love students, I love what I teach, and I especially love the extracurriculars, which is why I routinely confiscate cell phones and warn of the dangers of digital addictions. Unfortunately, there are some teachers that do not feel comfortable upholding these norms because they do not feel safe doing so. Videos emerging from other jurisdictions of students responding with violence in response to a confiscation, always done as a last resort by the teacher, always done in the best interest of a student, have shocked the education world, specifically on social media. Anecdotally, I can say that there are times when I know of teachers attempting to enforce this specific rule, only to find themselves stung by the system. This motion that this idea that we're talking about is a wonderful idea. It's a very important conversation to have. However, a goal without a plan is just a dream. This is looking at changing school culture. It's going to take more than motions and statements and well wishes, although those are a good first step. To be successful in maximizing learning, combating the negative mental health outcomes of constant screen time, and reverse the appalling downward trend of student attention span, there needs to be some serious action. Might teachers need to be legally indemnified when confiscating a cell phone? Might we need to commit to funding to have a multidisciplinary team engage the community about the dangers of digital addictions? It's going to take a lot of work. I would like to preemptively to discuss 2 points against this idea preemptively that have no merit. I'm sure that nobody here is realistically thinking about restricting the use of medical devices in a classroom. That was an idea that percolating the last time this entered the dialogue in education. Nobody wants to confiscate blood glucose monitors. So I think that's something. It's true that smartphones can be used as a learning device. I find this to be the exception, not the rule. The student that can use a phone as, for example, a calculator and only a calculator without having it instantaneously revert back to a video game system is a rare student. I would recommend to students that you go to Dollarama, shell out the $3 and buy a calculator, rather than leave yourself vulnerable to the distractions that your calculator phone presents. Back to my main point, make no mistake, this is an enormous undertaking. Changing school culture is never easy. The cost right now is relatively low compared to the cost that we're going to incur in the future of living in a society where young people are unable to engage with our society, our economy, and our democracy because of a lack of attention span, where young people are not able to focus their attention on anything more meaningful than a 140-character tweet or a 9-second TikTok video, where life is missed because we fail to erect the appropriate safeguards to warn and protect our most vulnerable people, children, against the very real dangers of digital addiction. The Ministry of Education performed consultations on this matter back in 2019. They found that 97% of parents and guardians supported some idea, perhaps not an outright ban, but are not satisfied with the current governance of personal devices in class. The evidence is clear. The success stories from other jurisdictions are mounting: better student health, better student mental health, decreased rates of bullying, and a more productive and intellectually stimulating academic environment are just some of the results that have come from jurisdictions in Canada and in the United States. I will never understand the society's predilection for letting these problems get out of control. Prevention is worth much more than cure. Thank you for letting me deliver these remarks.
Thank you, Willem Hart. Perfect timing. We do have a question from you from Trustee Chernoslin.
Please.
So thank you so much, Mr. Hart, for taking the time out to speak to us about your real lived experience with this challenge in the classroom. I know this has been brought to my attention by other staff, but I wonder if you could just expand for the committee how you manage this in your classroom. And I would just also preface that in response to your notion of changing the culture, I think that's exactly what we need to do. But we'll be looking to people like you who have experience as well as a jurisdictional scan. But I do think we need to hear from people like you about what is working. And so I just wondered if you could expand a little bit on what you do in the classroom to create that culture where kids aren't on their phone necessarily.
In order to discourage behaviors that are self-destructive, emotionally, academically, you have to talk with a student. You have to get on their level. You have to talk to them in private and use discretion and understand where they're coming from and explain your concerns. So-and-so, I'm worried that you're missing what's going on because of the cell phone, and I want to know what we can do, what you're amenable to doing in order to get this. I'm recommending, and we're going to have a few more chances before it's not a recommendation, that we start the period where you put your phone on my desk. And if we see that there is more engagement, I think we might have found a solution. But you have to have that conversation. With the privilege that I have in my physique, I don't have a lot of problems taking phones. People, if you know what I mean, it's not a very eloquent way to say it, but I don't have a problem with classroom management this way. But the problem, the real key idea is to get buy-in from the student to say, okay, I agree. And this is especially helpful after some kind of diagnostic assessment. It's even more successful after a summative assessment where you can say, cause, meet, effect. Now let's meet solution. So having those personal relationships with kids, which is in the first month of the semester is always number one, setting expectations, cultivating those relationships, you will be able to have better success in being a partner of their journey towards wellness.
So just to follow up through the chair, that puts a lot of onus on you as a teacher,
Correct.
which is one of the concerns that I do hear, that I have heard from staff, is that there's kind of this, it's left on them the way we have it right now as sort of a culture of policing. And I guess, so would I be right to think that what you're looking for is something that would lay that groundwork for staff? Because you, as you've mentioned, you have a physique and a comfort level with doing this, but not everybody does. So part of our job, if we take this on, would be figuring out how to create that.
Chair, may
Hit
I
my time?
respond?
Yeah.
Okay, is he able to answer or no?
If you can do it in 20 seconds, just because I should have mentioned this earlier.
The onus shouldn't be on the teacher, and I know that a lot more of administrators in the system right now are very concerned with job creep, and this is just another pile on top of the stack of pancakes of what teachers need to deal with every single day, and there needs to be more support, and it's got to come in very structural change, and it's not just teachers, it's going to take everyone, obviously including trustees.
Thank you so much. Thanks for delegating.
Thank you so much,
Thank you very kindly.
Hart. There are no further questions. So up next, we'll call upon Ms. Holly Myers and Ms. Mercedes Sonati, in person. And just, I failed to mention this earlier, but during questions from trustees, they have 3 minutes, including questions and response. So that's what the timer was earlier.
Okay.
And whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Hi, we are Holly Myers and Mercedes Sonati. We are both parents of grade 7 students at Deer Park Public School. We are here today to support Rachel Chernis-Lynn's motion that the board amend the 2023-2024 policy review schedule to accommodate the development of a new cell phone mobile device policy. We believe phones should be banned from classrooms and school grounds in general, with clear rules outlining this, for example, leaving phones in lockers or a simple designated place in classrooms. Children can use their phones once off school property. There need to be clear consequences for not following these rules. A top-down approach is necessary for consistency and equity across individual schools, and as well will eliminate the burden of individual teachers constantly policing cell phone use. We are also advocating for a ban of social media sites across TDSB servers. We are in the middle of an epidemic of smartphone addiction among our children, and we have an opportunity to effect lasting change for the current and future generations of students. Our provincial code of conduct states, a school should be a place that promotes responsibility, respect, civility, and academic excellence in a safe and learning and teaching environment. A positive school climate exists when all members of the school community feel safe, included, and accepted, and actively promote positive behaviors and interactions. In the context of our current reality, this is not happening. There is a lack of respect toward teachers, either by using phones at inappropriate times or in inappropriate ways, disrupting teachers and students, as well as a lack of civility in instances where children are filming violent situations or inappropriately filming their teachers. Our principal told us that parents regularly show up at school because of a text from their child without having any context or the full story, thus wasting administrators' time and resources. We don't want our kids left behind. School districts in many cities and countries across the globe are implementing cell phone bans as concerns about students' academic, social, emotional, and mental well-being increases. Our principal said to us recently, people don't realize the negative impact phone use is having on future generations. 77% of US schools have phone bans. The British government issued guidelines recommending cell phones be banned in schools nationwide. As per UNESCO's report, 1 out of 4 countries has approved laws banning cell phones in schools. The United Nations published a report issuing a strong warning regarding technology use in schools around the globe. There is a great deal of new research that shows smartphones are addictive. Dependence on smartphones produce some of the same brain responses similar to alcohol, drug, and gambling addictions. Smartphones are an academic distraction. A survey of a Virginia school district found about 1/3 of teachers were telling students to put away their phones 5 to 10 times a class, and sometimes up to 20. Elementary and middle school years establish the foundation for a child's academic success, wherein students learn how to productively manage time, projects, and homework. Children need to learn how to focus and maintain sustained attention on a specific task for healthy growth and development. Introducing a constant distraction with a smartphone in the classroom paves a path for academic mediocrity. Smartphones impact behavior and increase the risk of cyberbullying, anxiety, and depression. We want to keep these cyberbullying opportunities out of the classroom. There is a rise of violence in schools. Through the media, we know that all teachers' unions are complaining about this, and there is doubtless a correlation between smartphone use and violence. Often this violence stems from things students say to each other via text message or on social media that they otherwise would never say to someone's face. A cell phone ban would discourage these behaviors. We need to give our kids boundaries. Boundaries provide them a sense of responsibility, security, and respect, and show them we care and support them. Care about and support them. Children are not capable of restricting themselves from this addictive technology. Restricting social media sites on TDSB servers is integral to this policy. This technology has been created to be highly addictive, with many of the creators of said technology not allowing their own children to use it. It is our duty to protect our children and give them a much-needed daily break from social media they otherwise wouldn't get. We need to encourage face-to-face interactions and more physical activity. Phones are detracting from this kind of necessary socialization for our kids, and it's happening at younger and younger ages. Across the globe, educators who have implemented cell phone bans say they have seen improvements in students' well-being since their policies took effect. Studies in Belgium, Spain, and the UK found that students' learning outcomes were improved when phones were removed from the classroom, especially for students already struggling. Principals in Florida's Orange County found that students were interacting more with one another, more engaged in classroom activities, and were also fewer discipline problems and violent behaviors. A school in New Zealand had similar outcomes and added that students were more physically active and getting outside more. The current model is failing our students and our teachers. We know this is a fight worth fighting and are not going to accept the argument that the horse has already left the barn. We owe our children more than that. Let's do the right thing and ban cell phones and mobile devices from schools to give our kids a fighting chance.
Perfect timing. Are there any questions for this delegation? We do have a question online. Trustee Earhart, followed by Trustee Turnerslin.
Hi, thanks very much, and thanks very much for your deputation and speaking so persuasively around this. It's much appreciated. I wanted to get a better sense of your understanding of, because you'd referenced a ban on social media sites across TDSB servers. If you could just give me a sense of your understanding of what the access is for social media sites right now, based on your experience. Thanks so much.
Through my only experience is just anecdotal from hearing from students. I understand that they can access these sites, but they're not supposed to be on these sites. That they are monitored, but it's not on a constant basis. So there's a lot of things happening, not just on social media sites, but on many other various sites that should not be happening during school time.
Okay, thanks for I'll just follow up. So it means that your understanding is that even though they're not supposed to be accessing the sites, technically speaking, they can access the sites. And so it happens that they do access them?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thanks again, thank you very much for your deputation. Take care.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Turnerslin, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for your delegation. One of the really I wanted to say thank you, but I also wondered, you shared so much research in that, and as you know, we're looking to do a jurisdictional scan. So I wondered if you might be willing to share your delegation via email with us, and I would actually mention that to the previous delegate as well. I think that it would be helpful for us to have on record so that we can take a look and follow up on some of those studies that you cite.
Absolutely. Could I follow up with something real quick? Just a little, is that okay? Or
Is
am I
it in
done?
relation to what Trustee?
Just in conclusion, I guess, or like a little addendum.
Okay.
Just that I think it's so important to involve more curriculum around safe technology use, that just a cell phone ban alone being enforced won't be enough, that we need to incorporate some curriculum in a really healthy, meaningful way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just check if there's any more further questions for you online. Seeing none, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, everyone, so much.
Moving right along, up next, we have our next delegate, Aaron Kuharczak, speaking to the TDSB equity policy. I don't think they're in person. If you are online, if you press *6, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Can you hear me?
We can. So you have 5 minutes. At the end of your 5 minutes, we ask you to please stay online. There might be some questions of clarification for you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, TDSB trustees. My name is Aaron Kuharczak, and I have 3 children in a TDSB school. A couple of months ago, I was shocked and horrified when I learned about multiple violent anti-Semitic incidents at my children's school. In the context of trying to understand what happened, what went wrong, and what we could do to try to address it, I have come to realize that the problem of anti-Semitism at the TDSB was much more widespread than I first thought. Further, that there are fundamental problems with the TDSB equity policy and program that was not just failing to combat anti-Semitism, it was actually seemingly promoting anti-Semitism. Some of those fundamental problems are articulated in the delegation form that I submitted. I've asked them that to be shared. If you have not yet read it, I encourage you all to do so. I was going to talk to you today about the contents of that delegation form, that we need to amend the policy review schedule to conduct an expedited review of the equity policy for several reasons, including 1, it leaves our Jewish students behind in equity programming. 2, it creates unnecessary negative dynamics between groups that promote anti-Semitism. 3, that there is an immediate need to assess equity programming in order to address the alarming rise of anti-Semitism. 4, it does not appear to comply with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Human Rights Code, or the Ministry of Education Policy PPM 119. And 5, after 5 years since its implementation in 2018, it is simply time for it to be evaluated, especially so because on the surface, it appears to have not lived up to its stated goals. Hate incidents are up since it went into effect, and I don't think achievement scores have improved either. I was going to talk about all of that in depth, but a couple of things have changed since I submitted my delegation form. First, the policy schedule does not seem to be on the committee's agenda today. I assume that it would be, since it's been on the January agenda every year for the last few years, but I see that that pattern has been broken, and it does not appear as though you're voting on the policy review schedule today. So I think that that's one thing that has changed, I think. Another thing that has changed is that last night there was a meeting of the York Region District School Board, specifically a meeting of its Learning, Equity, and Wellbeing Standing Committee, at which there was multiple presentations given about the need to conduct a comprehensive review of their equity program on account of similar issues. At the meeting last night, I watched how the trustees spoke of not being around in 2018 when their equity policy was also significantly changed. For some, it was their first year as a trustee. I watched as the trustees asked for the presentations to be circulated amongst them for further dialogue and opportunities to learn. They were scribbling furiously. Like me 3 months ago, they didn't seem to know very much about these problems with their equity program. They had never dug into it beyond a very superficial level, and superficially, their equity program uses very nice language. In watching the trustees trying diligently to learn and understand the issues with their equity program, and helpfully seeing their director of education acknowledge a problem and the need to address it, it occurred to me that I really can't even assume that all of our trustees have a solid understanding of the issues at play today. I suspect that if I asked you all to define equity, that every one of you would give me a different definition than the definition that exists in the TDSB equity policy, and you would not be alone. it is also different than how the Ministry of Education defines equity. I would love for you all to decide right now to amend the policy review schedule to expedite the review of the equity policy. If you can, you should. My written delegation form is more than enough to substantiate that decision. But given it is not on the agenda, I'm not even sure if it's an option for you today. So, in the alternative, I would ask that you please make sure that the policy review schedule is on the agenda for the next committee meeting. I can come then with a presentation, statistics, information, quotes from the TDSB equity policy and related TDSB policies, and I will try to submit these materials in advance. If you're not able to make a decision today, then I want to be sure that I can help you make an informed and educated decision at the next meeting, so that you can direct our school board appropriately to ensure that it is a safe and fair learning environment that maximizes the achievement of each and every one of our students. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me today, and I look forward to continuing this conversation.
Thank you, Aaron Kuharchak. Just give me a moment. I'm going to look around to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. Seeing none, we thank you tonight for your time, and thank you for coming in to speak to us.
Thank you.
Up next, we have our final delegate for tonight, speaking to Latin American History Month, Andrea Vasquez Jimenez from across the diaspora for an in-person delegation. Welcome, Andrea. So same thing, you have 5 minutes at the end. We have questions of clarification for you as well. Thanks.
My name is Andrea Vasquez Jimenez, gender pronouns she, her, ella. I'm a Black Afro-Latina community organizer born to Colombian immigrant parents in Toronto. I have a master's in social justice education from the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education at the University of Toronto, and an author including a publications titled Dismantling the White Supremacist Term and Discourse of Hispanic and We Exist, Black Afro-Latinxes, Anti-Blackness in Latinx Communities. I'm also the director of Across the Diaspora, a community-based organization that supports educational spaces and communities in their unlearning and relearning journey as it pertains to the multiplicities of identities within Latin America, Abya-Yala, and the diaspora, the nuances and complexities, while simultaneously taking an intersectional approach at dismantling anti-Blackness and anti-indigeneity within and outside of our communities. I'm delegating today to the Governance and Policy Committee in support of Agenda Item 7.2, a written notice of motion for consideration brought forward by Trustee Matias de Dovitis and Trustee Liban Hassan regarding the discontinuation of Hispanic Heritage Month at the Toronto District School Board. Hispanic continues to be imposed on our communities, and for years, even prior to the inception of Hispanic Heritage Month at your board, peoples of Latin America, Abya-Yala diaspora, and what is currently known today as Toronto have been denouncing its use. The term Hispanic comes from, and I quote Yanker, the Latin word for Spain, Hispania, and means Spanish, end quote. With this understanding of Hispanic essentially meaning as of Spain and or Spanish-speaking peoples, the term is ultimately Eurocentric and colonial. The term of Hispanic has a discourse that, including but not limited to, romanticizes and obscures the historical realities such as colonization, enslavement, genocide, and the ongoing present-day impacts, erases the realities of both the historical and ongoing resistances against colonialism, coloniality, and white supremacy, invisibilizes the multiple languages that are spoken beyond the colonial language of Spanish. It is anti-Black and anti-Indigenous. It denies the existence of Black, Indigenous, and Black Afro-Indigenous peoples across all intersectional differences. It erases their ways of being and knowing in Latin America, Abya-Yala, and the diaspora, and continuously recenters and is a recentering of colonial narratives. The Toronto District School Board must stop being complicit in perpetuating harm by way of celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. This is not just about a removal of a name, because, and I quote Professor Madeline Caguas, I quote, what's in a name, in this case, is over 500 years of colonial violence and decolonial resistance, end quote. This is something that our local community has been pushing for decades. The removal of this month is solely a necessary initial step along a larger transformative process that supports the well-being and academic achievement of all students. It is overdue for the Toronto District School Board to have the political will and political courage and vote to discontinue Hispanic Heritage Month and keep Latin America History Month. This delegation is in support by Across the Diaspora, Poder Afro y Ayala Fuerza Feminista, LACSAN, the Latin American and Caribbean Solidarity Network, Casa Maíz, Jihad's, TIFIP, Toronto Foundation for Youth Involvement in Politics, United Steelworkers Union Local 7536, and the Ontario Education Workers United. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have a question for you from Trustee De Davides. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair to Andrea. Andrea, first of all, I want to thank you for the work you've done in the committee over the years, volunteering to do the work to get Latin American culture spaces into our schools and to be celebrated. Can you maybe elaborate at a personal level what it means for you and other folks that have been working on this to make this transition so we have one cultural designation, and what does it mean for you personally? You gave us a lot of research, you gave us a lot of data, a lot of factual information. What does it mean for you?
That's because my eyeliner's on point and I didn't want to cry, but 100%. Let me just.
Take your time.
I remember when people within our community would adhere so much to the term of Hispanic and would tell me when I was younger to go back to Spain, to forget my Black side and continuously erase it. And it's not just me, it's happened to so many people in our communities. And it's traumatizing for us as adults now, right? But we see also the harm of this, term and discourse of Hispanic, because it continues to impact students and young people today, where they can't see, the beauty of showing up authentically in their multiple identities. And it's just been decades of pushing for this.
Thank you, and thank you for being here again. I know it means a lot to me as well. So I'm hoping this crying thing is not contagious when I go up a little later. I'm making my way over. I'm hoping to see you in person in a little bit. But thank you for your comments and thank you for the work you've done so far. Okay, I appreciate you.
Thank you. If I may pass the chair. Okay, you want to go? I'm happy to do it after. Okay, if I may pass the chair to.
Absolutely. Please go ahead, Trustee
through the
Rajikulasingam.
chair. Andrea, thank you so much, taking up space. We're seeing you, we're hearing your narrative, you're reclaiming that narrative of your indigeneity and your roots, and that's extremely powerful. And I want to thank colleague Trustee Davides for being the first one to kind of teach me the difference between Latin American and kind of the colonial roots of Hispanic. And I think it's folks like you that are really challenging that narrative. And being here is teaching us about always centering Indigenous voices wherever they're from and decolonizing the gaze that we use. So thank you for that. Take your time, but I just did have a question that I wanted to ask you and just dig a bit further. You mentioned that your community has been organizing around this for many decades now. If you can share, are there any sectors or other organizations that have discontinued the use of Hispanic and focus solely on Latin American? Because I'm just trying to wonder where we can take examples of as an organization.
Yeah, so currently right now, we're working alongside City Councilor Alejandra Bravo in regards to the renaming and shifting away from Hispanic Heritage Month, because what we have noticed also is that people within our communities that have internalized anti-Blackness, that have internalized anti-indigeneity, have been weaponizing, the notion of the identity of Hispanic and are portraying themselves as community leaders, utilizing actual city funds, and are actually perpetuating harm and re-traumatizing people within our own communities. What we have been able to do currently at the federal level, the senator is no longer here with us, rest in peace, but we are able to stop the initiation of Hispanic Heritage Month on a federal level. And even though they went with the term Latin American, which we also shift away from, we use terminology such as peoples of Latin America, peoples of Abya Yala, really honing in on the geographical region, on the geographical location, because many indigenous peoples of the region don't identify as Latin American. And so when we're talking about Latin America History Month, when we're focusing on the geographical region, it is just an initial step to really, further unpack and take a decolonial reference to that.
Thank you. And not just from me, but from one colonized person to another, thank you for taking up space and continue to challenge that narrative. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll take the chair back and I'll pass it to Trustee Chernoslin. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just echo similar comments to my colleague and just say thank you to you for sharing your experience. I know it's very personal and vulnerable, and just to let you know that it provides a wider context for those of us who haven't walked in your shoes. And so thank you for sharing that with us. I've learned something today and gained from your discussion with us.
Thank you.
And next we have Trustee King. Please go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vasquez Jimenez, for your delegation. Very much appreciated. I just wanted to follow up and ask, because you spoke and shared very clearly with us the impact of the celebration of the term Hispanic and what that means for peoples of Latin America. We know that among our student population, we have many students that identify from different regions of the world. I'm thinking specifically about the Caribbean. I'm thinking about regions within the continent of Asia. And I'm just wondering if there's anything else that you might want to add about why this might be meaningful for students that have been impacted by the colonization by Spain in other areas as well.
What's particularly important, it also provides a space to center healing for students, right? When we know that harm has been imposed, regardless intentionally or not, right? We know that intent doesn't necessarily matter. It is really about the impact. And so although the intention may not necessarily have been to, erase a student's intersecting identities, the reality when we shift over to really looking and honing in on, a regional marker such as Latin America History Month, it's a space where you are providing students a space to self-identify, meanwhile celebrating, a land and history that connects them. And so that healing process, the healing-centered and engagement praxis cannot be done with the ongoing existence of Hispanic Heritage Month at the board.
Thank you for that, Andrea.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Andrea, for your time and that powerful speech. Thank you. Okay, and that brings us to the end of delegations. We do have a written delegation that should have been circulated earlier from on the cell phone use in schools, and that should have been circulated as trustees earlier today. Up next, we'll move on to staff reports. So the first staff report is on special education identification, placement, and appeal. And I think this is going over to Associate Director Strisco.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, staff are very pleased to present this report for receipt to committee this evening. This report is in response to comments made by trustees regarding the board's procedure. When a parent disagrees, I cannot be out of time already. Thank you, Munchu. This report is in response to comments made by trustees regarding the board's procedure when a parent disagrees with recommendations made by a committee to support their child who has special education needs. I wonder, Munchu, if we could start the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you so very much. Most students who have special education needs are discussed at a formal committee meeting. If we could just take 1 second. We're going to make sure that that is uploaded. But I'm going to continue orally. So most students who have a special education needs are discussed at that formal committee, and it's called the Identification, Placement, and Review Committee, also known as the IPRC. This committee, how it operates and what it considers is outlined in legislation. When this committee makes a recommendation and a parent disagrees with the recommendation, the legislation outlines a process for resolution. Based on trustee feedback on the last IPRC appeal, which we believe happened last year, staff proceeded to engage in a review of the procedure and have prepared best advice to the Board of Trustees. It is my pleasure to be introducing the team who have worked on the draft process. To my right is Nandy Palmer, System Superintendent of Special Education and Inclusion. Krish Chakraborty is the System Officer, Performance Strategy and Senior Legal Counsel, and Vitaly Plotnikov, Policy Coordinator in Policy Services. I'm now going to pass this over to Krish to talk a little bit about the legislative background.
Thank you. So TDSB is required to follow Regulation 181/98 for the identification and placement of exceptional pupils. The IPRC is established to determine the identification and placement of these exceptional pupils. So this regulation under the Education Act sets out the appeal process for parents, guardians, and caregivers if they disagree with the IPRC decision at the IPRC meeting. The problem we have here is that the legislation is unclear on whether it is the Board of Trustees or the director or designate who have the decision-making authority with respect to the appeal of identification and placement recommendations by the Special Education Appeal Board. I'm going to turn it over to Nandy Palmer to discuss the IPRC appeal procedure.
My slide is up just on time. Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. Thanks, Krish. So a parent or a principal may make a request for an identification, placement, and review committee to discuss identification and placement for the student. So in that case, the IPRC is held at the request of the parent, guardian, or caregiver, or the principal, and a decision is made initially on two things: identification and placement. If a parent, guardian, or caregiver disagrees with the decision, they have 15 days within which they can request the IPRC to reconvene and have additional information provided, ask clarifying questions, etc., or they can directly file a notice of appeal for the identification and placement. So typically, if the parent files a notice of appeal, TDSB must convene the Special Education Appeal Board, also known as the CEAB, to hear the parent's appeal. Within 15 days of notice of appeal, the parent and the TDSB will each select one member of the CEAB, and the two members will then select a chair for a total of 3 members that will hear the appeal. Within 30 days of being selected, of the 3 members being selected, the chair will arrange a CEAB meeting to take place. So that's the first appeal step where the parent's appeal goes to the Special Education Appeal Board, or CEAB. Within 3 days of the meeting, the CEAB will make a recommendation again on identification or placement, which can include an agreement with the IPRC decision or a disagreement with the IPRC edition, and then make some recommendations. Within 30 days of receiving the CEAB's recommendations in a report, the TDSB decides on what action to take with respect to the recommendations. And here I would like to share that the TDSB is under no obligation, and I should say no school board is required to take the recommendations of the CEAB. And I'll explain how that works after. And so I do want to say here as well, there's an asterisk there where we say TDSB. Under the draft procedure, TDSB here would mean a staff committee, which we'll explain after. So parents, guardians, and caregivers may accept the TDSB decision on the CEAB's recommendations, or they may say, no, we still disagree, and we're going to appeal to the Special Education Tribunal. So after the CEAB, the recommendations from CEAB comes to TDSB. TDSB considers the recommendations, and we have no obligation to agree with the recommendations. The recommendations from CEAB can say, we agree with TDSB's decision, or they can say we do not, and we recommend these pieces to be followed. At that time, the parent, TDSB communicates back the decision, and the parent still has the opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Special Education Tribunal, or OSET. Sorry, just bear with me here. Okay, next slide, please. So just in terms of providing a little bit of context, in terms of appeals, IPRC appeals are quite rare. In the TDSB, we have 1 appeal per year, and in the past 5 years, we've had only 2 IPRC appeals, and both involved the same student. So 1 year it was a student, and the following year there was an appeal again, it was the same student. So typically, we're able to work with the families in order to have the identification and placement secured for the student. In both these cases, appeal cases, the provision of the programs and services, which is not to be determined by the IPRC, is what CEAB did. So again, the IPRC is about identification and placement, not about programs and services. And CEAB made recommendations on programs and services, and therefore we rejected the recommendations of the CEAB. And the case was taken to the OSET, or the Ontario Special Education Tribunal, and it was dismissed as having no merit because, again, it did not have to do with identification and placement. The recommendations had to do with programs and services. So I'll pass it over to Krish now.
Thank you. So some of the historical practices and challenges at TDSB with respect to the special education procedure are as follows. So historically, the entire Board of Trustees had the final decision-making authority on the recommendations of CEAB. This is what we did historically in the past, over the past few CEAB appeals. During the last IPRC appeal, the Board of Trustees expressed their discomfort with the process, given a lack of expertise and understanding of special education practices and processes. Again, this is not staff who are saying that the trustees were not knowledgeable. This is something that was conveyed to us from the Board of Trustees having this discomfort was making this type of decision, given the specialized knowledge required in the special education process. And so this posed the following challenges for TDSB. A requirement of specialized knowledge and subject matter expertise in the special education process and governing legislation, the risk of personal student information being widely disseminated due to the nature of the appeal, appeals being quite rare, as we heard, less than one case per year, and therefore there's a limited opportunity for trustees to build capacity in the process. And finally, decisions could result in significant financial consequences for the board in the provision of specific placements, given that specific placements may require specific programs and services, which the board may or may not have the budget to facilitate. Next slide, please. So what do other Ontario school boards do? Well, there is no consistent practice across the school boards. Again, the reason for this is the extreme rarity under which IPRC appeals actually occur. So for example, in some smaller school boards, the director has the decision-making authority. In other school boards, sometimes it's only one staff member who has the authority to make the decision on IPRC appeals. In other school boards smaller than the TDSB, the entire Board of Trustees do have the decision-making authority with respect to IPRC appeals. So, for example, in the Durham District School Board, there is a team of the Associate Director, the General Counsel, and the Superintendent of Inclusive Student Services who makes the decision. In York Region, previously the Superintendent for Special Education individually made the decision. So the point is, there is no consistent practice, and the reason for that is because these appeals are so rare. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Krish. I'll speak to recommendations. Due to unclear legislative intent as to decision-making authority in IPRC appeals and rationale for staff with specialized expertise to determine IPRC appeals, staff recommends delegating decision-making authority of IPRC appeals to TDSB staff committee. The original IPRC typically is led by the school principal. Committee members include professional support services school staff and the school special education teacher. Special education consultants may be accessed as a resource. The goal of the recommendation is to have the appeal board made up of individuals who have the necessary expertise to review the local IPRC decision. We nominated positions that provide assurance to families that appropriate oversight of the committee is in place. We recommend that the TDSB staff committee will comprise the system superintendent of special education and inclusion, the superintendent of the learning network of the student, and an associate director or executive superintendent of a different learning network or their designates. Parents still have the option of appealing to the Ontario Special Education Tribunal if they do not agree with the TDSB appeal decision. Next slide, please. With regard to the next steps and communication process, subject to GPC's trustees' receipt and feedback, staff will make CEAC aware of the recommended procedure to delegate authority to a committee of staff regarding TDSB special education appeals. The report seeking GPC approval will be provided at a subsequent GPC meeting. The report will include a recommended action for the board to delegate authority to TDSB staff committee to make decisions related to these special education appeals. It is expected that the special education identification, placement, and appeal procedure, which is operational procedure, would come into effect in September 2024. With that, back to Associate Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much, team and trustees, for your attention to what we know is a lot of information in a complex matter. And just again, reinforcing that this is going to come back for approval. This is here this evening for receipt. We wanted to be going slowly and making sure that we're communicating with you. We will be consulting with SEAC and then back to you with feedback and have an opportunity to engage in questions and answers at this time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Associate Director Strisco, System Superintendent Palmer, System Officer Chakraborty, and Policy Coordinator Plotnikov for your work on this incredibly important procedure. Now we'll see if there's any questions from trustees. Trustee McLean, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm interested. I was a little concerned or surprised at the characterization that the Education Act is vague and in a particular regard, and it's unclear as to what was appropriate or what was required by the school board. So I'd like to explore that a little bit if I could. Who's in charge of interpreting? Whose responsibility is to interpret the Education Act at anyone if anyone has questions about what it represents? So I guess I'm asking, is the Ministry of Education responsible for that, or is there someone other than the Supreme Court of Ontario that's responsible for interpreting the laws of the land?
Thank you for the question. So I want to address the first question first, I believe, which was the confusion and why it's unclear. So Section 30 of 181/98 states that the board shall consider the Special Education Appeal Board's recommendations and shall decide what action to take with respect to the pupil and shall give notice in writing, et cetera, et cetera. What's unclear here is the definition of board and what board really means. Does board mean staff, or does board mean the entire Board of Trustees? And unfortunately, because of the rarity of the circumstance of these appeals, there's no real case law or development of this particular area of the law where we know one way or the other. And so when we look at different school boards, they are doing different things, and a lot of their policies and procedures simply regurgitate the legislation because they're also not sure. And as I was explaining in the presentation, some school boards have just the director decide, some school boards have the entire Board of Trustees decide. And this is the confusion with the legislation. We simply don't know what board really means, whether it's the Board of Trustees or TDSB in general. And so that's why this procedure is being developed to codify it here at the board, so it's very, very clear in our policies and procedures what we want to do. With respect to the trustee's second question, who interprets the legislation? Well, the Ministry of Education develops the legislation. They enact it. Courts interpret what the legislation really means, and the bodies or administrative bodies, in this case the school board, will read the legislation, interpret the legislation, and then apply the legislation. Now, when the interpretation of the legislation is unclear, you do look to the courts to determine what the interpretation actually means, but that can only be developed through when it actually goes through the court process. And again, we haven't had any cases here where that interpretation has actually been canvassed by the court system, so it's up to us as a school board to interpret what that means, and hence the precipitation of this procedure.
If I may add to that response through you, Chair, to Trustee McLean, we are wanting to be extraordinarily respectful, Trustee McLean, in understanding that there is confusion whether we nominate it as Big B or Little B, and wanted to partner alongside you for clarification.
Thank you, and through the chair. I've been here going on 6 years now, and this whole concept of the Toronto District School Board and the Board of Trustees, and then the board decided, and being trapped in the middle of that one word describing two different groups, two different, is a challenge that has existed since I've been here. And, on a personal level, I'd much prefer that we called us something different, that it would be clear who is being referenced in any particular mechanism, and particularly as something as important as the Education Act and what the expectations and the hopes and desires of the people who, drafted the legislation, what they had in mind, and that would be beneficial. So I thank the staff for the responses. And while I'm not particularly it's not particularly clear to me, I do understand the challenge, and I appreciate all the work that has gone into trying to thread the needle and to try to get this right. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Up next, we have Trustee Sriskandarajah, followed by Trustee Chernos-Lynn, and then Trustee Earhart. Trustee Sriskandarajah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Was Debbie before me, or is that from before?
That's a
Just
comment.
make sure. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yes, I just have a very simple question. Thank you, staff, for the work. So I just want to clarify, when you bring this to SEAC, will you be also accompanying this presentation? Because I think this context is really important. So I just want to make sure. I assume you are, but I just wanted to make sure so it doesn't just look like we're springing a decision that came out of nowhere.
Thank you. Yes, we will be bringing the team that you see here and this presentation to SEAC.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Trustee Chernos-Lynn, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I have a question for staff with respect to when in this new change that we're making, where it wouldn't come to trustees for adjudication, it would go to this committee where the staff pick one person, the family picks one person, and then together they choose a third person. I wondered if staff would be able to share how that would work. If you, okay, how would you land on that? How would, I'm trying to imagine how a family would pick somebody. I guess I'm wondering, like, are we potentially putting a barrier in place for families in terms of this process? Or maybe I'm not aware and there are advocates that we're going to suggest that people look to, or I guess I just wonder what staff is conceptualizing how this would work. And as part of that question, I'm also wondering if this is a model used anywhere else. And maybe that's why we're suggesting this, or I don't know. So yeah, I'd like to explore that idea and wonder if staff could comment on that.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. I just want to clarify a couple of things. So the process in which the trustee was speaking of, which is the creation of the Special Education Appeal Board, that is legislatively mandated, and it has actually to be determined by the parent on one side and then the board on the other. So we are not seeking to change that process because that process is already in legislation. The parent chooses one CAB member, the board chooses one CAB member, and then the two CAB members select the chair. So that's legislatively mandated. We are not changing that. What we are changing is the process by which TDSB decides on the CAB's recommendations. And historically, the practice as the board was that the entire Board of Trustees decides on the CAB recommendations. We are now trying to change that and say it is TDSB staff, and as outlined in the procedure, they will be the ones to determine CAB's recommendations, not the selection of the CAB members, which is done through the parent, the board, under legislation. I hope that answers the question.
And typically, Chair Chernos-Lynn, a parent at that point of disagreeing with that original IPRC decision will be connected with an advocate, and staff will, if there is disagreement and we can see that, we would recommend an advocate for a parent to help them navigate what can be complex.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how I misunderstood that, but I did. what I did. But I'm glad to now understand that that is a regular practice and that that actually is a working practice that works. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chernos-Lynn. Trustee Earhart, you're up next. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I'm wondering if we could get the presentation put up again that on the slide that has the steps. I'm hoping we could get that sent to us after. That was really helpful to see. I am feeling a little under the weather today, and so forgive me if I'm having a hard time digesting this as well. But I'd like to put some thoughts out for consideration for when this comes to board again. Things that for me would be helpful in understanding when we're considering delegating an authority. So it would be helpful for me to understand at that point, and my understanding is that it's the 6.4.7 in the Appendix A of our minutes. And so it's the step 5. No, it's in these steps. Which step is it that it would be that we're looking to change?
Through the chair, 6.4.7 is correct in the procedure, and it is step 5.
And it is step 5. Okay. So in step 5, I would want to know who should be involved that could be deemed as fair and reasonable as an in-between step between step 4 and step 6. And in particular, what would be deemed fair and reasonable by a special education tribunal. And so when I saw the names of who was included, and this me being a layperson who is not a special education expert, I observed that the people that were suggested, the System Superintendent of Special Education Inclusion, Superintendent of the Learning Network of the Student, and an Associate Director or Executive Superintendent of a different learning network or designate. I heard someone that knows special education, that system superintendent, who may or may not have already been brought into this situation, the superintendent of the learning network of the student, who it likely has already been brought in at this stage, potentially formally or informally, and then someone from a different learning network who we're assuming hasn't been brought in. And so I just wanted to note that to me, having 2 of 3 potentially already having some familiarity may, just from this presentation, doesn't immediately come across to me as something that would be perceived as fair if I had already gotten to step 5 of this process. So I can't speak to the principles of who should be included and why, but I wanted to put that out there just to invite that that's something I'll be considering when it comes to board. And I don't even know if that, I would want to put myself in that headspace. So I'll be really interested to hear what SEAC has to say. And I'd love to get thoughts and comments based on these initial observations of mine. I hope this is helpful.
Thank you, and through you to Trustee Earhart. Trustee Earhart, I think what I'm hearing you talk about is impartiality and making sure fresh eyes are on the case. So thank you very much for that feedback, and I am certain that we'll have a robust conversation at SEAC. Our intention in this draft, you asked, I believe, for initial thinking right now, is that nominated list would be providing the necessary skill and knowledge of this of case law, of potential implications for the system, alignment to the legislation, and so on. And we would be making sure that that impartiality was present. But we will continue to reflect on how we can be making that more clear in the presentation and in the document going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that would be extremely helpful. And I think my interest in that, because I absolutely agree, if what is important at this stage, and it appeared to be important as this was something that came while I was sitting as a trustee, was that we didn't have the expert knowledge, and I did personally feel uncomfortable getting that level of information that would have been required, I think, to make a sound decision. In the one instance that came before trustees. But I would say that in situations that I am observing now as a trustee, the question of impartiality, I feel, comes into play quite a bit. And I'm only ever sort of at step 1 or step 2 at this point. And so it may or may not be relevant by step 5, but for what it's worth, that's something that I feel for parents, guardians, and caregivers may come into play. And I don't know how that would be considered during a tribunal if anything were to go from step 5 to step 6. And I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Indeed it is. And just in a sidebar with Superintendent Palmer, she made reference to our practice currently when we do have IPRCs is to bring in a principal from a neighboring school. So I think we can be more precise in our language when we make this
that
point.
either if they're neighboring school, neighboring learning network, like just for that impartiality, or even another board. I don't know what's appropriate at this step. I would leave to all of you, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee King, please go ahead.
Thank you, through your chair. Thank you to staff for the presentation. My thinking is very similar to Trustee Earhart. I can certainly appreciate the very specialized knowledge and the level of expertise that's needed for these conversations and decisions. But similarly, I think among the public, there's an impression that with trustee involvement, that brings a certain kind of impartiality or level of separation from staff. And I'm just wondering if, as part of the process, if there was any consideration given to having the trustee that participates on SEAC, so the trustee that's voted to the Special Education Advisory Committee, if there was any consideration of having them participate in deciding on those SEAB recommendations. And if so, just what led you away from that kind of move?
Thank you very much for the question, Trustee King, through you, Chair. Trustee King, we really were thinking about the expertise that is required for the analysis of the decision. And not that we stepped away for the inclusion of trustees. We were just thinking of the infrequency of the appeal and again, the training for that individual if it is the trustee who sits on SEAC. There would likely be one appeal a year. The trustee is not necessarily the same trustee from one year to the next. So, perhaps as an observer, but it would be a lot of, we were thinking about responsibility for that individual, as well as the knowledge base that would be required. So we felt, again, our best thinking and our best advice is to have delegated authority to select staff. We're hearing very clearly the importance of impartiality. So we think that we can be refining the language to be including staff with no previous experience or exposure to the case to meet that really important standard that you're setting for impartiality. So that was our thinking. But again, we are here for advice and for feedback, and we know that we're beginning this journey together. So really welcome continued reflections from you and others.
Through the chair, thank you for that. I think it's always helpful to also hear just where the thinking, even if it didn't lead to the decision that's being proposed. I think it's helpful to know the thinking that was on the floor and just what swayed you one way or another. So thank you for that, and thank you for listening and considering the points that have been made.
Thank you, Trustee King. Up next, we have Trustee Shan. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. I share similar concerns. I do think that when something like this gets to the stage of stage 5, by that time, there is definitely a trust issue that brings it all the way up there. We know that on a day-to-day basis, a lot of parents in each of our wards, a lot of guardians and caregivers in each of our wards are not satisfied with some of the decisions made around special needs. And then to be escalated to the point that we get to a step 5, since it's very rare, is also one of the reasons why there needs to be a little bit more of impartiality or distancing of the decision from the staff. It's almost to make a decision on the outcomes of decisions that were made by peers in a way, to have it completely at the staff level creates a bit of an oversight concern for somebody who's advocated for independence when it comes to a higher level decision making. So I wanted to ask a couple of questions. I'm also eagerly waiting to see what SEAC's input on this is, and I'm also looking at jurisdictional review of different boards to understand which board does what and what the size of the board is, what the amount of situations that they have dealt with the model. So I have a couple of questions. One is this process at number 5 considered to be somewhat of a judicial process that is governed through similar to expulsion and suspension hearing? Does it constitute a formal process right now with this model?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So step 5 onwards is after step 5, you have a judicial-like process. It is when the board makes a decision on the CEB recommendations and the parent disagrees with that decision at the very end of this process. This matter goes to the Special Education Tribunal, and that is when you're really dealing with the judicial-like process. It is after the end of these steps. The CEB process, which is the Special Education Appeal Board, that is not judicial-like because it is created or made up of members who are selected by the parents, selected by the board, and then selected together to create the chair. And importantly, the CEB doesn't actually make any decisions. They only provide recommendations for the board to consider. So when you're talking with the judicial aspect of it, this really doesn't happen until the Special Education Tribunal after the decision is made on the CEB recommendations.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it is at that recommendation level that the board was brought in. Board means Board of Trustees were brought in to either accept or reject the recommendation. So would that process be technically in a new way of thinking about it be taken out, and CEAP would communicate that recommendation to the parents, and if the parents are not satisfied, they would go to the tribunal? Is that how it's being envisioned?
No, so the CEAB, if I through the chair, if I understand the question correctly, the CEAB recommendations come to the staff as proposed, and then the staff through the committee that's created would decide on those recommendations. Historically, it would be the entire Board of Trustees and the 2 appeals that we've had over the last 5 years.
And if I may add to the response through to Trustee Shan. Trustee Shan, again, just the board, and I'm using big B, little b, it doesn't matter, does not have to agree to the recommendation from that CEAB, that smaller committee. When the decision is made, there can be very significant implications across our entire board, and not just our board, for the province. So that's why a careful analysis of that recommendation from CEAB really does need to take place, and why we're recommending it happen at a staff level. There have been times where CEAB recommends things that are actually contrary to legislation, that are making recommendations that are not in the purview of the IPRC in general. For example, they're making recommendations on location and not placement. So to be setting a precedent of agreeing with the recommendation would have very significant next steps for our practices as a board, and again, contrary to legislation. So that's where that level of expertise comes into place. And that fail-safe is if what we're proposing, that staff make a decision and the parent continues to disagree, it does go to that next step for a provincial review where individuals are selected that again would take a very, very fine look at legislation and practice across the province, funding levels, and what the decision may mean for all boards across the province. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Is there other parallel steps that are possible in step 6 for a parent who is not satisfied? Like, for example, if they feel it is severely an infringement on the human rights side of things, can they go to human rights tribunal instead of the special education tribunal? Does the options open up at that point, or is it just that special education tribunal is the option? And then can somebody tell us a little bit more about how intensive, resource and time intensive is that process in number 6?
Through the chair, yes, I'm happy to answer that question. So the special education, the IPRC and appeal process that ultimately goes to the Ontario Special Education Tribunal is a completely separate jurisdiction than the Human Rights Tribunal. So the Ontario Special Education Tribunal, which is the last tribunal which can be appealed to from the IPRC process, only determines 2 things and only has the jurisdiction to determine 2 things. And that is the identification of the student and the placement of the student. That is it. They do not decide human rights. The Human Rights Tribunal's jurisdiction is completely different. They decide accommodations, duty to accommodate. They talk about discrimination with respect to certain enumerated grounds under the code, and whether or not a student is actually being sufficiently accommodated in receiving a meaningful access to education. So they're 2 separate jurisdictions. So the answer is yes and no. Yes, they do have another option to go to the Human Rights Tribunal if they believe that they are being discriminated against with respect to a particular ground, in this case, most likely disability. If they're staying within the confines of the IPRC procedure and only want to appeal identification or placement, they must go through this process, and there is no other process.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, my second part of the question was like, do we know from the past experience how long and if this particular special education tribunal process is supported legally through legal aid or some sort of a thing that parents can access?
Thank you. Through the chair. The Ontario Special Education Tribunal does not have too much of a delay. Reason being, these are very, very rare cases. We get maybe 2 cases a year in all of Ontario at the Special Education Tribunal, sometimes only 1. So that process moves pretty quickly. With respect to the Human Rights Tribunal, when we're talking about discrimination, that is a much, much longer process, given the backlogs that they have at the Human Rights Tribunal. It is a much more common tribunal to go to, many more cases, and therefore that process takes a lot longer. But if we're talking specifically about IPRCs and the Special Education Tribunal, we're talking a few months, not a few years.
Thank you very much. Just my last comment is that just I do understand the expertise that is necessary to make a determination from a CAP recommendation whether to accept or reject. And not just the expertise, but also a view around the impact of that decision on the finances and the resources and human resources impact on the school board as well as the thing. But I do feel like there could be a bit of a combination of the 2 that can work in a way that gives the expertise and the presence of the knowledge around the impact, the broader impact on the school board, while it also has the impartiality that is necessary, at least in the view of the community members, to see that has that additional layer of public accountability to a decision beyond staff. So I'll leave it as that and pass it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Shan. Next, we have Trustee McLean. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. Because you're bringing it forward for feedback, and I'm inclined to provide some. I'm very supportive of the whole concept that the entire 22-member of the Board of Trustees isn't the last group. I had we sat in on one, and it was an extremely challenging. The 22 of us do not have the information and the experience and the expertise. So doing something different, I'm very supportive of. I do have a little bit of challenge of taking us completely out, however, of the process. And I guess I would ask those who are considering and taking it away to consider whether the board might have the opportunity to name a singular trustee that would sit on the committee. I think at this present time, we have a trustee that sat on SEAC for 6 years of her tenure and might be able to appreciate the nature of what's being discussed. The board might be inclined to send the chair, the vice chair. There's a number of choices that the Board of Trustees might make for their representation on the committee. I'm also concerned that if staff makes up a certain amount of positions, if we have to save the best minds we have, or some of the best minds we have in the department in case this is needed, so that we have to save 3 people that we can't include in the traditional process as it's going down through the steps, because they have to be impartial at the end. So we have to put them aside so that they can't participate earlier. That creates a problem. So freeing up one of those members theoretically to be replaced by a trustee member might be beneficial, because you either have to exclude them so you can call upon them later, which means they can't participate in the earlier stages, or so there's a limit, or if you let them participate earlier, then the best and the brightest minds don't get to weigh in on the appeal. So there's a limited resource, and if you're one way, either using it up front, then you don't have it to rely on the back end, or if you're saving it at the back end, you don't have the benefit of it going forward up front. So I'm concerned about that allocation of resources, if you like, staff expertise as it pertains to this process, and think that it might be worth considering to have one of the trustees serve. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Charleston, may I pass the chair to you? Thank you. I wanted to, through the chair, I wanted to agree with something that Trustee McLean said, and agree that I don't think I have the expertise or the knowledge to deal with something like this. So I'm happy that we're thinking of another procedure. So I had 2 questions. Mr. Chakraborty, you mentioned that in the Special Education Appeal Board, that's mandated. We're not trying to change that. However, I'm wondering, as if we wanted to increase the number of people at that table, do we have the capacity to do that? Because I'm just wondering, for something that's so crucial, having more voices, more experience, more perspectives, is that an option for us?
Through the chair, unfortunately not, because it's mandated by legislation. It's a 3-member committee.
Got it. Okay. And then my next question was step 5. So Trustee Earhart mentioned having other voices that would kind of uphold impartiality. But I'm trying to think of it another perspective. I'm thinking of families that have barriers, a language barrier, maybe a precarious immigration status, housing status, something of an extreme barrier. Wouldn't we want someone to advocate for that child that knows the family situation? So someone that is familiar. So at what point in this process do we hear from someone that understands what this family is going through? Is that, I'm just trying to wonder why we're so, why we're giving that much importance to being impartial versus having someone that knows the student, knows kind of the history of the student, that family. I'm just trying to better understand that.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. And Because this is such a rare circumstance, and I appreciate your concern, and I can actually speak very generally about the rare cases that we have had. In both of the cases that we have had in the past 5 years, and I'm not sure of any other cases, in that particular instance, we did have that particular issue. And in that particular instance, they had counsel, they had a lawyer the entire time advocating for them. So the way that I can answer it is advocates are always welcome. The family can bring advocates, and in the two CEBs that we have had, they were represented by counsel the entire time, and we have translators. And while there was a significant language barrier and cultural barrier in that particular case, they were represented by counsel, and the board provided translation services so that the parents could advocate for themselves and were familiar with the process going forward. So that's what we did in those cases.
If I may add, trustees, I think that the data does tell a story. The fact that we have so few, that they are very rare. Our priority is to work alongside our families to be meeting the needs of their children and to be centering and honoring their best advice and their requests as far as identification and placement. So when we get to stage 5, there's usually something that is fairly fundamental that again requires that analysis. We greatly appreciate the feedback, and we're hearing you very, very clearly. So we will go back and to be thinking about your best advice and wondering so that when we bring this to SEAC, again, listening to their feedback and coming back to you with what we heard and our best advice going forward. Thank you.
Thank you to the chair. I appreciate that. Just reflecting on, intersecting identities and just stigmas around, families and special education. Was just thinking from that angle. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, Trustee Hastings has a question. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Dennis here. I have a question. It's been an ask for a while. Can parents be invited to the meetings, SEAC? They do have it, but can we have a gallery of people? We did in PIAC. Can we have a gallery of people coming to these meetings? Are they barred from doing so?
Thank you, and through you to Trustee Hastings. Trustee Hastings, I want to be clear that, did you say SEAB or SEAC?
Yeah. My apologies.
It's
SEAC.
SEAC. SEAC is an open meeting, Trustee Hastings, so all are absolutely welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, Trustee Turnelson, please go ahead.
So I just wondered if I could be added at the end. Are we at the end of the list? Okay, so just given the really good discussion tonight, I just wonder that instead of receiving this, if we could refer it back to staff. So I would just move that we refer this back to staff. No? So I just would need a seconder, that's all.
Okay, Trustee Hastings, did you want to speak to referral or why?
Well, my referral was just based on the feedback. It seems like there's been a really, there's been some solid feedback around perhaps involving a trustee somehow, it not being simply a staff committee. It seems like there's maybe a little bit of thinking to do still about the best path forward. And so my gut feeling was just that we're not there yet. And it should go back to staff, it should be referred back for consideration. Denise is looking, Ms. Joseph Towers, you're looking at me like, for what? But I guess I'm just thinking maybe staff wants to comment on that. But I'm just thinking of like where we go next. To me, seems like it needs to go back to staff because it's not fully baked, that's all. We're just not quite there.
Okay. Associate Director Srisco.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, just for clarification, the plan for our next steps. Again, we are very cognizant that we're trying to define in TDSB for this process what does board mean? Is it a small b board for staff, or is it big B for Board of Trustees? So to make it very, very clear, potentially, that the board is delegating authority to a staff committee, even if it includes a trustee member, would, in best practice, mean a board resolution. So we wanted to multi-step it. The other factor that was very important to staff is transparently talking about this and putting governance at the center, and to be having a frank conversation, and to be honoring the very important role of SEAC in their advisory capacity. I believe I can speak on behalf of staff that our best advice has been well considered in this report. We are hearing this feedback. We don't yet know what SEAC is thinking. So our thinking was, in a step process, to bring this for receipt, to be giving you notice that we're initiating consultation. So this is kind of step one of consultation, going to SEAC with our best advice, and they may have very similar comments to you, or different, that they believe that it should be staff only. We don't know. And then at that point, staff will be referring back to themselves, to be thinking and reflecting on all that we heard, and come back to you openly to say, this is what SEAC said, this is what we heard from GPC, and there may indeed be changes to what is here. We're planning to bring this to SEAC in February, and then back to GPC with any changes that we make. Trustee Chair Noslin, to March GPC for further sharing of any changes, and at that point asking for approval to go on to board. So I think even just based on the conversation tonight, there will likely be changes in wording, but we would like to take this draft to SEAC for feedback, and then incorporate all feedback, if that makes sense. SEAC may have different perspectives, we're not sure. So that was our intention, Trustee Chair Noslin, and we're certainly here to be supportive of GPC.
So for clarification then, Associate Director Sarisco, are you suggesting we just leave it as receipt?
Thank you. That would be, because we know we're coming back with refinements, that would be our suggestion. Again, our next step is to SEAC. This is just simply our best thinking, getting reaction, and we will be reflecting on what was said this evening, what SEAC recommends, and then sharing back with GPC what SEAC says. Any changes that we make will be our best reflections on aligned thinking, disparate thinking, but our best advice will be coming back to you. Definitely with changes based on the conversation this evening for further discussion, and then ultimately your decision.
Okay, I have one further question. When you discuss this with SEAC, will you be sharing what some of the trustee feedback was tonight from GPC, or is it simply sharing staff's perspective?
Oh, thank you for the question. Absolutely. Our goal is transparency and authentic collaboration, so we will be echoing the points of concern that were raised this evening and the goals that you articulated. And I have no doubt that we do have members of SEAC who are on line this evening listening to our discussion.
I like to imagine there's people listening, but I'm not always sure, because it's like out there, we don't necessarily see that. So I think that to me sounds fine. I think it would be interesting, and it's not that I don't think staff would necessarily share that. I just wanted to assuage trustees that SEAC would be made aware of that, so that they're part of that discussion. And I think hearing from them also about what they think of that idea, because maybe they'd like it, maybe they wouldn't like it. But I think that's important feedback for us as a Board of Trustees as well. So I think that's a step forward. So I think there's a pathway now. I'm comfortable with that. So I'm happy to move receipt of this, knowing that that's the trajectory, and that it comes back to, knowing also that it comes back to GPC, so that this committee has, who is here tonight, has more discussion on that. But I would need a seconder.
Trustee Hastings, are you okay with us not going for referral anymore as a seconder? Okay.
Our chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions or comments, we'll need a mover seconder. So Trustee Chernow-Slyn? She moved it? Yeah, in favor. And seconder, Trustee Hastings. Thank you. So all in favor?
Sean in favor.
I think we're opening eScribe. Just give us a moment. And eScribe is open. So Trustee Sean in favor.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Trustee Nunziata, Trustee Wong in favor. Trustee Hastings, Trustee Pei. And that has passed. Thank you so much, staff, for that fantastic report. Okay, up next. I lost where we are. Community Advisory Committee Governance Policy, Governance Procedure, and Community Advisory Committee Operational Procedure. And I believe this is going over to Associate Director Salmon. Please go ahead.
Test 1, 2, 3. Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Through the chair, the procedure before you represents a review of the Community Advisory Committee's operating procedures that was recommended in the Parent and Community Involvement Policy. Staff has embarked on creating a governance procedure and an operating procedure, RIA CACs. I will ask Michelle Monroe, the Central Coordinator for the Parent, Caregiver, and Community Engagement Office, to walk us through the PowerPoint. And if we can queue up that PowerPoint, that would be wonderful. Michelle?
Thank you, Associate Director Salmon. Good evening, everyone. If I dare say Happy New Year, because I've not had the privilege of seeing most of you in person. I am actually so thrilled to be presenting the community advisory procedures to you this evening. It has been baking for some time. And I want to first acknowledge the Community Advisory Committee members, and particularly co-chairs, who have provided us feedback during the consultations period around this procedure, whether it be through the formal, whether it be through individual emails or conversations. I want to acknowledge their time and their commitment, but I also want to acknowledge the staff who support advisory committees, who also spend time providing survey feedback or small group consultations of feedback to us. And I also want to express my thanks to trustees. Many trustees have taken the time as well to provide us their thoughts and their feedback. And I am pleased to have a draft before you this evening and looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Next slide, please. I wanted to begin with just a bit of background in stating that the Toronto District School Board, we've had community advisory committees for a very long time. We have existing 10 community advisory committees. In this sense, the 10 before you are advisory committees that are actually approved by the Board of Trustees and sit within the purview of the Board of Trustees. Next slide, please. We also have what we call statutory community advisory committees. The following statutory community advisory committees were established in accordance with the Education Act, applicable regulations, and the board bylaws. Those two statutory committees we know as the Parent Involvement Advisory Committee, PIAC, which is under Regulation 33010, and the Special Education Advisory Committee, which we also know as SEAC, under Ontario Regulation 46497. The procedures that we've presented before you will cover the statutory committees where the Education Act or their bylaws may be silent, or where the direction or related legislation regulation conflicts with this procedure, the applicable laws will prevail. Next slide, please. Just a quick context, and I believe Associate Salmon, Director Salmon spoke to it, that the recommendation of the procedures actually came out of the review of the PO2, Parenting and Community Involvement Advisory Committee report, where it was approved that one, staff create procedures. Prior to the creation of these procedures, for a number of years, we've been operating with a handbook. The second recommendation was that a review take place of 6 advisory committees, and that review criteria be created for reviewing CACs moving forward. Next slide. So the procedures themselves, you will note that you have 2 procedures. Quite unusual, yes, we are aware. The reasoning for that is simply based on this. The CAC, the operational procedures, as you've had an opportunity to review them, you will note that it focuses very specifically on the role, responsibilities, function of the membership, staff, public, etc., around community advisory committees, and falls within the authority of the Director of Education. You will note that the Board of Trustees governance procedure really speaks to provisions that pertain to the authority and responsibility of the Board of Trustees, and therefore requires the board's approval. Sections within the procedures govern the establishment and dissolution of CACs, approval and amendment of CACs terms of reference, reporting to the board, as well as provisions related to roles and responsibilities of individual trustees sitting at CACs as members. Next slide. So in light of the other recommendation about the review of CACs, pending the approval of the procedures, staff will engage in a process of reviewing the CACs that were outlined and approved in that first report for review. The review process is outlining section 6.5 and 6.6 of the CAC and the Board of Trustees governing procedure. Next slide. The CAC review criteria has also been embedded in the procedure, and the criteria that we presented in the procedure actually came from a survey that we shared with CAC co-chairs and members, and also from staff, and a literature scan of community review criteria. The next step for us is simply to just hear from you, and pending your direction, staff will be able to move forward in terms of the procedure. And I'll turn it back to you, Associate Salmon, and be willing to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, we welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a growing speakers list. First, I'd like to thank Central Coordinator Monroe and Associate Director Salmon for this report. For questions, up first, we have Trustee Arts. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. I want to start off by thanking staff for all the work on this. It's really great to see them here, very much anticipated, and I know our CICs and statutory committees have been waiting to get these so they can move forward with editing or putting in place new TORs, terms of reference. I sent a list. I sent a list of notes just to make sure that they're written down. I don't have much to comment on for the operating procedure. That one it's very detailed. It reads very straightforward. I would have one suggestion for the operating procedure. If staff wanted to consider this, it would be great if there were also a series of common templates for things like a motion template for CAC members to craft motions and or requesting agenda items. I know that across different CACs, there's been some, especially when there's new co-chairs coming through, there's been some kind of lack of understanding or that organizational piece on, you know, how do I get an item on the floor? How do I get it up for discussion? Some of those templates, some of the committees I've been on use them and it works really well, but it's not consistent. So I think there's some helpful pieces across those committees that maybe would be attached to this procedure. On the only suggestion I would have for the operating procedure is, and this is something that many of the committees I've been on struggle with, is recommendations for how to present a motion and timely. Like for a committee member wants to bring a motion forward, frequently there's a practice of bringing it off the floor or crafting it on the floor. It causes a lot of frustration. Doesn't give people time to go away and think about the motion. So our committees are not using something like a notice of motion like we do at the board. I think the notice of motion procedures that we have at the board level work really well to make sure that, you know, people submit a motion, people get time to read it, give some thought to it, and then have fruitful discussion, not try to craft it on the floor. So if staff thought that, you know, adding that to the procedure would be helpful to committees, I would think it would be helpful to committees. I would welcome that in the procedure. For the governance procedure, also thought it was very thorough, but I struggled a bit. I had to read through it a few times with the flow and some of the writing, because so I did send some questions of clarification. The big one is the definition of statutory committees is missing. So I was surprised to see, not pleasantly surprised, it's good. I was surprised to see the application to statutory committees because they have their own legislation, but it's good. I think it will be helpful for them to be included, but then they're not defined in the definitions. And then I really think that the section 6 needs to start with an overview of what advisory committees are as a whole, all of them, and then separately define CACs and statutory committees, because I think that will make it much more clear that this procedure applies to our advisory committees, and it'll flow better, and I think it will result in less confusion at the statutory advisory committee level, like CEAC and PEAC. Yeah, again, there's a couple places under establishment. I think I went back and forth with our bylaws, and on 6.4 establishment, the language here is different than in our board bylaws, which was a bit confusing to me. I think alignment of the language between the two would be clearer. And 6.4.3, I think, is missing wording. It says department will facilitate the appointment process, appointment/election process, but it doesn't say of whom. It doesn't say who's being elected or who's being appointed. So is that trustees? Are that community members, the co-chair? That needs clarification. And there's a couple places where the language is a bit vague. A report at 6.5.3, a report addressing the proposed changes will be presented. But I think I put down changes to what, so there needs to be a couple more words in there to divide to define what changes are being referred to. There's a sentence in 6.7.1 that says that if committees bring forward a recommendation to a standing committee for consideration, it says, however, there is no obligation on the part of the Board of Trustees or staff to act on the CAC recommendation. I get that's the case, but the way it's written sounds a bit dismissive or pre-deciding. I think it's enough for that section to say that the board will consider recommendations that are presented by the committee. and leave it there. I think simple would be better on that case. As I said, I sent a number of kind of pieces that like that where the sentence structure wasn't clear. But overall, again, thank you very much for bringing this forward, and I look forward to, when all of this is said and done, helping the committees I'm on put these in place.
So thank you so much for the feedback, and through the chair, we're more than happy to go through and make some changes with respect to the edited things that you've outlined. I believe that you have sent the information earlier to us. With respect to the common templates, Ms. Monroe and myself will have a conversation around what that looks like, which particular templates may be best. There may be a bit of a time factor here, and those templates may not be able to accompany the actual procedures as they move forward. We will need some time in order to identify, in consultation in conjunction with the CAC co-chairs, which ones would be essential and which ones would be beneficial, and then embark on creating those type of templates. So thank you, though, for that feedback.
Yes, and by no means am I asking for it to be all in one package. Like, just for future consideration, since this procedure is going into place, it would be great down the road that it would, you know, our own board procedures also have, you know, tons of forms attached to them that are templates for our schools to use and things like that. That there are lots of those kinds of things that eventually would be nice to have in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you. I too would like to echo my colleagues' comments that this is an excellent report. It's been long anticipated, and I'm really happy to see what was put together here. So thank you so much for your incredible work on this. I also share Trustee Art's sentiments around creating templates, particularly for motions. I think that would be extremely helpful. A lot of times we get motions from committees that have, you know, 25 whereases before you get to a recommendation that aren't all necessarily relevant to the recommendation. So some guidance, I think, would be appreciated. I have a couple of questions on the governance document. So item 6.7.1, reporting to the board. It says the Board of Trustees and or the appropriate standing committee will provide feedback to the CACs on reports and or recommendations. So my understanding is that we were only receiving recommendations now. So what, please, is the distinction between report and recommendation, and when would we receive a report?
So thank you for the question, Trustee Dawson. I'll ask Ms. Monroe to respond to that.
Thank you, Associate Chairman. Through you, Chair. Trustee Dawson, that specifically just links to, we had designed a report for CACs to provide you with recommendations. So we named the report because we wanted you to know that the recommendations have to come through that report. We had intentionally, I'm going to think a period back where it was recommended in a previous review that a report template be created for CACs to provide recommendations. So I simply named the report so you will know that the recommendations is coming through the form of a report from the CACs.
Okay, thank you. And I just have a comment around that. I mean, we have not heard from several of the CACs over this term yet. And I think, you know, I've done my best to attend as many as I can, even if I don't sit on the committee. And there's such rich discussion that takes place outside of a recommendation, but just we have so many experts in the room, and hearing their feedback on issues, whether it's put into a recommendation or not, I think is a helpful helpful to trustee decision making. So, we used to receive reports from CACs on their meetings, and seems to have been eliminated. I'm just wondering if I could have some background on why, and I think this is also me being a newbie, and possibly this was covered in the policy, but if you could just give me a bit of background on that.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Monroe.
Thank you, Associate Chairman. Through you, Chair. Actually, it was covered in the policy, and one of the recommendations approved by the board was this change, that only recommendations move forward and not the full report. Pre the approval, you did receive a full summary, I'm going to say a mini update as to what took place in the meeting, but based on the approval of the report, it was removed to this new practice.
Okay, thanks. That's what I thought. Okay, and then I have a question. Just to clarify 6.9.4, when you say quorum and trustees are not to be counted toward quorum, is that specifically relating to a vote, or you mean in general their attendance at a meeting is not considered to be part of quorum?
Go ahead, Ms. Monroe, through the chair.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Trustee Dawson, it's both. That because community advisory committees are your committees, having you be a requirement to maintain the functioning and the business of that committee, and you being a part of the voting of that committee really puts the perception of it being your committee that advises you when you're essentially so involved in just the overall functioning of it. And so that recommendation came forward for that reason.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just a comment around that. I see some of the committees struggling to achieve quorum just to have the meeting take place. So oftentimes the trustee is the, one more person needed to achieve that quorum. And I don't think a lot of committees are aware that we're not counted toward the quorum. Okay, and then my last question, just to clarify 6.10.2 and then 6.10.3, I wondered who within, so either the trustee or the director designate, who determines the meeting at which these recommendations are presented? Like, who will provide that recommendation back to the CAC?
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Trustee Dawson. Once the recommendation is made on the floor and approved by the advisory committee, the staff at the meeting is responsible for documenting that, ensuring that it gets on the appropriate report template, and ensure that it gets to board services to get to the appropriate standing committee.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Seeing no further questions or comments. Oh, Trustee King, please go ahead.
Thank you, through your chair. Just quickly, I just wanted to echo one of the points made by Trustee Dawson. I understand the change that was made, and it was directed by the board decision to change the reporting format from all the reports coming into PSSC. But I would agree that I feel that there's a gap right now between some of the insights, some of the learning, the discussions that are happening at many of those advisory committees. I agree are very, very valuable, and I think it would be helpful to explore if there's another mechanism that is maybe a halfway point between, not having a full PSSC meeting of these reports, but also having an opportunity to feed some of this information back into, get it in front of trustees when there's not a recommendation, or more frequently than on an annual basis. So I'm just wondering if that is something that staff are willing to consider as part of this process.
Through you, Chair, we'll go back and give it some consideration. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. Trustee Trudeau-Slint, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wondered, I had an email from someone in a community advisory committee today, inquiring about whether, and this isn't, this has been, there have been many iterations of this as it's come through to us, but one of the things that we are changing is no longer having staff sit as members of CACs. And the question that was presented to me was, is this just full-time staff, or does this include someone who might be on, let's say, the emergency worker list? I don't mean like an occasional teacher, but I mean like, we've had staffing challenges. And so sometimes someone who's a parent might temporarily be an employee of TDSB under that, and whether this would apply to them as well, or whether there's an exception under sort of emergency scenarios.
Through you, Chair. We have actually, what's before you, we've just left it as staff. So we've not made any exceptions at this particular point in time.
Okay. Is it possible that we might give some thought to that when we get to the procedure point, or does that have to be in this? Would that have to be here? If we were to want, like if trustees wanted that, or could that be something that could be considered at the procedure level?
Through you, Chair, that's something we can take into consideration and take it back.
Okay.
And explore.
Sorry, you'll go ahead, please.
Oh, no, and explore exceptionalities and the extent of the exceptionalities. Because if we look at, I assume you're referring to our emergency staffing group, because that can then begin to expand to, so for example, within school councils, when we say staff cannot be chair of a school council, we have our lunchroom supervisors who do a couple hours of a week. And then we have varying group of staff who may not be full-time permanent staff. And so the thought would be looking at what staffing group and how many exceptionalities do we make. And so that we would go back and give some thought to determine what we could bring forward.
Okay. My just initial thoughts off the top of my head was we would want it to be consistent with something like school councils, but that's, I haven't thought about this extensively. It was just raised with me today, and so I hadn't really considered this scenario, but can understand that there might be people who, are normally sit on a committee and then find themselves in kind of an exceptional circumstance that we might not want to discourage from still participating. So there might theoretically be a place for something like this. So that was my thought, that's all.
So if I can, through the chair, I just want to partially respond to that, partly because many staff have other avenues in order to have their voices heard on board issues or board policies or board procedures. And so part of what we, as we looked at this particular section, was strongly encouraging staff access some of those venues that parents and community may not normally have access to. And that was primarily what we're really trying to focus on with respect to section 6.5.1 regarding board employees. Thank you.
Through the chair, and I would expect that we would still uphold, even if there were might, and I say might because I don't know, I haven't really thought this through, but I just want to raise it because it was raised with me. And I would expect that impetus to which Associate Director mentioned through the chair, I would expect that we would still carry through with the impetus behind that, because I think that's it's a good guiding principle that that was well thought out when we created this in its various iterations. So thank you. That's all the comments I have. And I guess I would just add, thank you very much for all the work that's been done on this. I know there's been even more feedback tonight. And I know that there's been a lot of feedback over the many months that this has been at work, but this is really important work that we're all doing together. And I'm looking forward to seeing the fruition of all this work. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chernow-Slin. Trustee McLean, please go ahead.
Thank you. And just to follow up on what was shared by Chair Chernow-Slin, that, I recognize that staff members have an ability and an avenue to be heard as it pertains to certain things, but staff in these emergencies, they are different. They come to these. It's been my experience, at least, that they come to these advisory committees wearing the hat of parent and community member, and the fact that on 0.3% of the days of their, in any particular school year, they serve in an emergency capacity, that would somehow limit their ability to participate and contribute. I think it would be detrimental. I think that some of our committees, as is shared by different trustees, are having difficulty getting people out. And the last thing we want to be doing is to get the people that are coming out, that want to share with us, that want to work with us, that we're putting artificial roadblocks in front of them that limit their ability to contribute. Well, I certainly recognize the challenge of having staff come and there are places for them to be heard, but I do think that the emergency staff situation is a unique situation that I'm glad to hear Ms. Monroe share that they would take back and look at and hopefully clarify so that all the committees understand who's entitled to participate and in what capacity they're able to participate. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. See no further comments or questions on this item. We'll need a mover or seconder to accept recommendations by staff.
Sriskandarajah.
Trustee Sriskandarajah, and seconded by Trustee Wong. Now we'll open the vote on this item. On e-scribe, please.
Shan in favor.
Chernow-Slin in favor.
Trustee Wong in favor. Trustee Hastings. Trustee Pei. Trustee Roger.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Okay, and that carries. So we've done 2 items. We have another item, another staff report, and 2 motions to discuss. So we'll just take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back and continue on the agenda. Okay, welcome back. Next, we're going to move on to the Employment Equity Policy Review. And to start us off, I'll turn it to Associate Director Pon.
Good evening. I'm pleased to present this report. Actually, two of my colleagues will be doing so. This is actually a three-part report. The first one is the staff census report and a review and highlight of the major findings. The second report is the employment equity report, subset of the staff census, which really dives into the information, including demographic data. And third part really is the draft policy to start the policy review process, a long-awaited policy review process. And so you will hear first from Stephanie D. Jesus from TDSB Research Department with the review of the two reports, including the demographic profiles of our current workforce at TDSB. We are quite fortunate to be able to include the student census data as part of the report, because this allows us to provide very rich analysis and rich context from which we can start the work for employment equity. Details are contained in the appendices to the report. The second part will focus on updating our employment equity policy, including with a new name. System Officer Krish Chakraborty will lead the discussion on that policy update. This work that we're about to undertake is a critical component not only to meet our multi-year strategic plan work, but also to support the work as we transition from employee services to a people and culture strategy. Before they start, I just want to thank all the staff members, and there are many who are involved in this work. It was a lot of work, and I want to share my appreciation to Krish, Stephanie, Vitaly Plotnikov, and his team in policy services for bringing this forward. It's been a while and long time waiting, and we're very excited by this. So I'm going to hand it over to Krish. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could please get the presentation up on the screen, that would be great. Thank you very much. And next slide, please. So the purpose of today and this particular agenda item is to provide the Board of Trustees with recommended revisions to the employment equity policy, which we are now titling the Positive Organizational Culture and Inclusive Workforce Policy. This can be found in Appendix A of your package, and this is for information and feedback. The proposed revisions were informed by the staff census report found in Appendix C and the employment equity report found in Appendix D of the package. The current employment equity policy in Appendix B was adopted in June of 2004 and revised in March of 2012. This particular policy is being reviewed in accordance with the policy review work plan that was approved by the Board of Trustees in June of 2019. So let's talk a little bit about the purpose of employment equity. So employment equity is a special program. It's designed to identify and remove systemic barriers to employment with a goal of equitable representation of employment equity groups in the workplace. Employment equity is aligned with the federal and provincial legislation, including the Charter, the Employment Equity Act, the Human Rights Code, and the Anti-Racism Act. Employment equity is consistent with Ontario's Education Equity Action Plan, UNDRIP, Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action, as well as PPM 165, Teacher Hiring Practices, which we're going to be taking a look at later today. So research has shown that a public education workforce that is representative of the student population is associated with various positive effects, including but not limited to improved student achievement, improved disciplinary outcomes, fairer identification of students with exceptionalities, higher student retention, as well as supportive relationships with educators. Get the next slide, please. So getting into the policy and the proposed policy that we're asking to take a look at is the Positive Organizational Culture and Inclusive Workforce Policy. The objective of the policy aims to identify and remove systemic barriers in employment in an effort to address gaps in representation between the TDSB workforce and the TDSB student body. So when we're talking about underrepresentation and when we're talking about gaps in representation, we're really comparing the workforce to the TDSB student body, and that's important to keep in mind. We have a new title. We've changed it from Employment Equity to Positive Organizational Culture and Inclusive Workforce. We have a new definition of employment equity groups, which we've taken from designated groups, which includes individuals from historically and currently disenfranchised groups and communities as identified by the analysis of data and informed by the staff and student census data. And again, you have those data packages in your package as well. Next slide, please. So some of the new things we've identified in this particular policy as compared to the last one, we have a few new guiding principles, including hiring and promotion practices aimed at addressing gaps in representation, employment practices consistent with the Human Rights Code, the Charter, AOTA, PPM 165, as well as our equity policy, commitment to truth and reconciliation calls to action and UNDRIP, as well as the hiring, promotion, and retention of a workforce that is reflective of the TDSB student body. We have new sections on employment mobility, fairness and transparency in the hiring process, diversity, equity, and human rights, data collection, monitoring, reporting, and evaluation, and also a new section on qualifications and merit, which form a basis for this policy. And these are also taken from PPM 165 by the ministry. Next slide, please. So one point of note is that what's being recommended here today is a merger of this policy with PO 98 with the teacher hiring policy. So what had happened was we were reviewing PO 98, the teacher hiring policy, simultaneously with the employment equity policy, and we noticed that there were significant overlap items. And so for the purposes of streamlining the process and to remove duplication, we are recommending that these two policies be merged in this new PO 29. So in March 2021, GPC had recommended setting targets for underrepresented groups in the new teacher hiring policy. Our proposed policy recommends establishing hiring and promotion goals to address gaps in representation as a broader and more holistic term to achieve the policy objectives system-wide. Next slide, please. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague Stephanie to discuss some of the key findings from the staff census report. Thank you.
Thank you. So as System Chakraborty mentioned, a new section of the policy under review is related to data collection and monitoring, under which the administration of a staff census falls. The most recent staff census took place in spring 2022. However, preparations began the summer prior with the formation of a core working group and steering committee. Almost 24 consultations were conducted with internal and external staff and partners to inform the survey tool and implementation. And this community-based and collaborative approach extended across other stages of the staff census, such as data processing and analysis and reporting. The anonymous and voluntary staff census took place in the spring of 2022 and was open to all TDSB employees. Next slide, please. In total, over 31,000 employees completed the staff census, which equates to an 83% response rate, which meets federal benchmarks for representative workforce data. The TDSB would like to thank each and every staff member who participated in the 2022 staff census, as it helps the board continue to move forward in important ways. Next slide. This table highlights the strong system response to the 2022 staff census across employee groups and the percent change in response rates between the 2017 and 2022 administrations. What's particularly notable is the percent change among the occasional teachers, Unit B instructors, and Unit E maintenance and construction skilled trades council. Next slide. So this evening we'll share key highlights from the staff census and employment equity reports that will inform future plans and provide insights to progress TDSB has made, acknowledging that these intersectional analyses are just the beginning. So the focus for today will be on these 6 identity groups, which were analyzed at 2 intersections. The first being employee group, where staff were categorized according to these 5 groups, and the second being years of work experience, which we used as a proxy to understand how the TDSB workforce has changed over time. And lastly, the staff census data were also compared to the preliminary student census data, which were shared with you at PPC at the end of November. Next slide, thank you. So the first analysis we'll explore is regarding gender identity. I'd first like to point out wherever you see the less than sign means that data were suppressed for privacy reasons. Gender identity among staff at the system level is in the second column, A breakdown of gender identities across the various employee groups are in the subsequent colorful columns, and then preliminary TDSB student census results are in the last column. Gender identities are grouped in this way to be able to compare staff census data to the preliminary student census data. So compared to the system, employees who identified beyond the gender binary were predominantly in school staff and central staff roles. Staff who identified as women were among the highest proportion of school staff, and relative to the overall system, there was a higher percentage of staff who identified as men in senior teams, central management, and central staff. We see that the TDSB workforce does not reflect the diversity of gender identities among the TDSB student population. Next slide. So this panel chart shows the breakdown of gender identities among staff who worked at TDSB and predecessor boards for these periods of time. We can see from the chart on the left-hand side that increasing proportions of staff who identified beyond the gender binary have been hired within the past 2 decades, as indicated by the widening bars over time for each identity group. When we zoom out through the chart on the right-hand side, we see the proportions of men have fluctuated over the past 25 years, with the proportion of women decreasing in the past 10 years, which is indicated by the shortening of bars over time. Next slide. This table shares Indigenous self-identification data of TDSB staff and students. Relative to their overall representation at TDSB, staff identifying as First Nations, Métis, and/or Inuit were among greater proportions of central staff. There's a difference between the proportion of students who identify as First Nations, Métis, and/or Inuit compared to the TDSB workforce, acknowledging that these data are likely an underrepresentation and the community of Indigenous identifying staff and students is likely larger. Next slide, thank you. So the chart on the left-hand side shows slight positive fluctuations in the proportions of staff who identified as First Nations over the past 1.5 decades. The proportions of Métis or Inuit identifying staff, or those who self-described their indigeneity or selected more than one Indigenous identity, have oscillated over the same period. When we zoom out through the chart on the right-hand side, we see that the proportions of staff who did not identify as Indigenous have largely remained unchanged over time. If we compare the second column, which is the system-level proportion of staff race, to the colorful columns by employee groups, we see some racial differences by employee group. In general, the largest gaps in representation between TDSB staff and students are among East Asian, Middle Eastern, North African or West Asian, South Asian, and Southeast Asian identities. Next slide, thank you. This panel chart shows differences in the breakdown of race among staff who worked at TDSB over these time periods. We see from the chart on the left-hand side that greater proportions of staff who identified as Black, East Asian, Latino, Latina, Latinx, Middle Eastern, North African or West Asian, South Asian, Southeast Asian, or more than one racial identity have been hired in greater proportions over the past 2 decades. And this is indicated by the widening bars over time for each race. The proportions of staff who identified as Indigenous or another racial identity have remained somewhat stable. And when we take a wider look at the data through the chart on the right-hand side, we see that the proportion of staff who identified as white has decreased, which is indicated by the shortening of bars over time. Compared to the system-level data in the second column, we can see some differences in religious representation by employee group. In general, the largest gaps in representation between TDSB staff and students are among Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, and no religious creed or spiritual affiliation. As visible in the chart on the left-hand side, staff who identified with Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, Sikhism, or no religious creed or spiritual affiliation, or more than one, have been hired with increasing proportions over the past 2 decades, and this is indicated by the widening bars over time for each group. The proportions of staff who identified with Indigenous spirituality or spiritual but not religious have remained somewhat stable, while the proportion of staff who identified with Judaism or another religious identity have decreased. When we zoom out through the chart on the right-hand side, we see that the proportions of staff who identified as Christians have decreased over the same period, which is indicated by the shortening of bars over time. With sexual orientation, staff who identified as 2S LGBTQIA+ were among the highest proportion of central staff, followed by school staff. There is a higher percentage of employees who identified as heterosexual among school administration, senior team, and central management. Employees who were questioning their sexual orientation were predominantly central staff and school staff. Sexual orientation was grouped in this way. Sorry, if we can go back one slide. Thank you. Sexual orientations were grouped in this way in order to be able to compare to the preliminary student census data, where we can also see gaps in representation. Next slide. From the chart on the left-hand side, we see an increasing proportion of staff who identified as 2S LGBTQIA+ have been hired over the past 2 decades, while the proportion of staff who indicated they were questioning their sexual orientation remained consistent over time. When we take a wider look at the data through the chart on the right-hand side, we see that the proportion of heterosexual employees have decreased, which is indicated by the shortening of bars. And lastly, in general, staff identifying as having 1 or more disabilities were comparable across most employee groups. There are slightly fewer staff who identify as having 1 or multiple disabilities in comparison to the TDSB student population. As can be seen in the chart on the left-hand side, the proportions of staff who identified as having 1 or multiple disabilities have fluctuated over the past 2 decades, but trending upwards in the past year. The chart on the right-hand side illustrates that the proportions of staff who identified as not having a disability have largely remained unchanged. Overall, the composition of the TDSB workforce does not mirror the diversity of identities among the TDSB student population. However, employment practices over the past 2 decades have increased proportions of employees who identified as members of disenfranchised gender, racial, or religious identity groups, as well as the 2S LGBTQIA+ community.
Thank you, Stephanie, for that data presentation. It's very comprehensive and a lot of information there. So just to wrap up with some next steps, subject to trustees' feedback on the draft positive organizational culture and inclusive workforce policy, staff will initiate public consultations for a duration of 60 days. It's expected that the revised policy will be presented for consideration to GPC in spring of 2024 and subsequently to the Board of Trustees for final approval in June of 2024. Following that, the positive organizational culture and inclusive workforce procedure or plan will be developed and implemented following the adoption of this policy to actually implement the recommendations in this policy and what's set out therein. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director Pon, System Officer Chakraborty, and Research Coordinator DeJesus for taking such a deep dive into that report. So now we'll look at questions and comments from trustees. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to give me a exact breakdown regarding the senior team compositions, because I do say for the black is 30.8% and white at 44.2%, and then the rest just less than 19.2%. So why we're not giving exact number for this column? Do we have this number or we don't have the number?
So through the chair, we do have those analyses completed. The reason why those analyses are represented with the less than 19.2% is in order to protect employee confidentiality and anonymity, because less than 10 individuals would have selected those response options.
You mean for the senior team? So Madam Chair, is like, I really don't understand the answer, by the way.
Maybe through the chair, whenever you have a survey and the results are very small and presented in a way that could identify people individually, it's very common in research reports, and I'm not a researcher, but I've known this even for a while there, is that in order to protect the personal privacy, it's important that's described in a certain way that it doesn't breach that privacy. So that's why it's been described. It's not just for senior team. Whenever there is a section of the report where there is a very small group, I would imagine, I think the Indigenous self-identification part is also another section where there's a very small number of individuals. Again, for the protection of privacy, this is quite normal in research reports. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I still don't get the rationale, by the way. I don't understand. Is it for senior team? I mean, what kind of privacy identity we're protecting here, by the way?
Through the chair, as I mentioned before, for any research process where the group that's involved, where the identities could be had, this is what we call data suppression in order to protect the privacy. So not just senior team, any group of individuals where the data set is so small that releasing that information could reveal the identities of those involved, because senior team is so much more smaller than, for example, elementary teachers or any of the employee group. This is why this is the case. So for clarity, it's not just for senior team.
Through the chair, if I can add, these were anonymous surveys.
Okay.
They're anonymous surveys, and therefore we don't want to disclose the identity because to protect the anonymity of the survey.
And if I could add through the chair, this data suppression protocol or practice is expected through the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Ontario. So it is a consistent practice across boards in Ontario.
Well, may I ask how many central management staff we have? How many? What's the total number of that?
Through the chair, sorry, there was a little bit of a noise outside. Could you please repeat the question, trustee?
Yes, through Madam Chair, I want to ask what's the total number of central management team?
So through the chair, we have just under 2,000 individuals who are categorized under senior team Schedule 1 and Schedule 2, and just under 1,000 individuals who are in school-based management positions, such as principals, vice principals, and centrally assigned principals.
Okay, great, thank you. I mean, just regarding the senior team conversation, I'm still very baffled with the answer, by the staff, through Madam Chair. I don't really know what's the issue here, for people identify themselves as East Asian or South Asian, Southeast Asian, or Middle Eastern. What's the issue with that? So people are afraid to identify where they're from. What was their ethnicity? Is that really an issue here?
Through the chair, as was mentioned, it's an anonymous survey. It's a very high participation rate, 83%. It really up to the individual to identify, and certainly we had very high response rates. So the data that's been presented on the report and the slides do show that the identities of those who participated in the survey, a high response rate, disclosing their ethnic identity, racial identity, and other identities. So it's there.
Okay. You know why I asked this question? Through Madam Chair, because to be honest, I really feel like the Asian staff also represent almost 25% of the total staff. But for senior team, Asians certainly underrepresented. That's my question. I want to know the data, but you didn't show that in your data here. I know who are the 44 members. I do know that. Leola, you probably know that too. How many Asian staff on the senior team? What's the percentage?
Through the chair, as I mentioned, this is the results of a staff, census. Those who wish to, it was voluntary. We did not require people to participate. We were very fortunate to get a strong participation rate amongst all employee groups. And really, again, it's up to the participants who wish to disclose their identity to do so. We can't force them to.
Yeah, well, I'm Asian trustee. Through you, Madam Chair. I just want to make some comments regarding the composition of data. And it's like, with the senior team, I did do my own research. One fact I do know that the Asian were not properly represented in the senior team. I don't know why. I think that's the issue the board really should address. We need a certain representation at the senior level, at the TDSB, because we have 43% students are Asian, identified Asian. And now here I see that over 25% staff identified Asian. Why Asian staff as a senior team not representing that? And unfortunately, this could be a very good data analysis for us to maybe make some future policy change. Unfortunately, I don't see the number here. I only see less than 19.2%. What that mean, by the way? I still could not understand why we need to have this number. I still could not understand. I did hear every single words you told me, but I still could not understand when they put together. What's the rationale for that? If we really want to do a survey, really want to use this survey to make our policy, we have the exact number so we can make the right decision. I don't see that exact number. That's so important. When you think about senior team, they're the leader of TDSB. They're leading this institution. Without proper representation, how can we make sure the staff or student being represented properly? Anyway, I finish my comments. I really appreciate all the staff here for hard work. I just hope, if you can present us, with those numbers, next time or maybe in the near future, and that could be incorporated into our, future policy making. I'm telling you, there's non-Asian trustees, right? We don't have to worry about identify us at all.
Your time has run out, but you
Okay.
can join.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's like, I just feel like, the Asian should be a proper represented senior staff level. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Pei. And, this is a great start with getting some rich data based on a very high response rate. So it's quite reliable. And I think, your comments about representation, I think applies to all levels of employee groups for sure. And it's true, that's the purpose of employment equity work, right? To identify where the gaps exist, and then to try to find plans and actions and ways to address those gaps. And East Asians and other groups have been identified through the use of the census survey, both staff and students, to help us identify the group. So I think it's not inconsistent with what you've said so far. In fact, I think, what it does do is, and what your thoughts are, is really supporting the need for employment equity or employment equity strategy. So we actually do appreciate your comments and thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Trustee Srikandarajah and Trustee Patel. Trustee Srikandarajah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. This is very much a long-awaited, welcomed policy that's in front of us. I just have a few questions. So through you, Madam Chair. So I'm sure as everybody else is very pleased at the increase in the response rates. And I know the primary rationale for the increase was, attributed to, at least in the report, to the linking of the I forget what it was, but something to do with employee services that led to the increase in response rates. I just want to know, would you attribute that as being the only factor that led to an increase in the response rates, or are there also other possibilities? I think it would be a great learning opportunity for us in terms of how we can increase survey participation in other spaces, like in particular student census, if there was something beyond that new change for this round.
Thank you. So through the chair, there is a small section in the report, I believe on page 72, where we described some of the key conditions that we thought contributed to the strong response rate. One of them being providing employees with 30 minutes of protected time during the workday to support implementation. And also we had very strong system-wide support and champions and leaders from senior team to school administration, which helped with rolling out the staff census as additional conditions that supported with the strong response rate.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Chair, was this for everyone, including non-unionized staff?
Through the chair, all TDSB employees were invited to complete the staff census, including non-unionized staff, yes.
Okay, no, I meant with the protected time. You said that they were given time?
Correct, yes, all staff received protected time.
Perfect. I think we still have some work to do around there. I don't have the solution, but I'm still concerned that our non-unionized staff, the numbers are not, as comparable. But obviously great improvements, which I'm very happy about because that was an issue I flagged last time around with the last census. So I don't know what the solution is, but I think those are often the jobs that are more precarious, and we know that's typically where more racialized staff tend to be, at least more broadly. I'm not sure about the specifics of the TDSB. My second question is through the staff. Looking at the external consultation groups that are listed, I found it a bit jarring that there was a sort of a glaring omission, especially with what Trustee Pei has brought forth, of consulting with East Asian and South Asian teacher networks. Is there a reason why we didn't? I know we have a very active, especially at East Asian teaching networks. We get regular communications from them. Is there a reason why we did not consult with those groups?
So through the staff, through the chair, we did explain in the report the rationale and some of the process around identifying our consultation groups, which took place with our steering committee members and also internal and external groups, as well as identity-based groups that the steering committee were knowledgeable of at that time.
Okay, so I'm still not really hearing why those two groups were left out. So I just ask staff that in future engagements that we make sure that we include, especially where we see that those are sort of the spaces where there's gaps and a lot of room for improvements. So I think making sure we have a concerted effort in reaching out to our East Asian and South Asian staff networks would be a suggestion that I would like to share. My third question is, I thought it was really interesting that the benchmark for response rate is 80%, as set out by the feds, but we don't apply this to our student census. So I do, it was nowhere near that response rate. So I worry how this might skew the student census data when we factor in who might face the most barriers in filling that out. Do you have any plans on how we can fix that gap? Because, that is a big difference, right? And we're saying that we're going to use these two data sets sort of to speak to each other.
So through the chair, as was shared at November PPC, the student census data at a system level are representative. Staff did undergo further analysis to ensure that data were representative on multiple levels. And I believe that was shared at PPC in November. So we do have confidence in being able to compare the system level student census data with our staff census.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, did Qualitrix, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, did they conduct the quantitative analysis, or did our in-house research department conduct the analysis?
Through the chair, the analyses were completed internally.
Thank you. Which is what I was hoping to hear, but thank you. And my other question through you, Chair, is I'm very happy about the public consultations that's going to go underway. I think many people in the community, many groups are very much looking forward to this. I just wanted to know if there's a communication plan. I know there's a communication plan in place, but is there anything that you can do for us trustees to make sort of social media friendly communication tools? I would love to get this circulated, because I do think this has been a long time in the making, right? We passed this, I think, in 2019 to start this work.
Through the chair, yes, there is plan to ensure that the consultation portion of this is broad and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. And my other question is sort of through you, Madam Chair, picking up what Trustee Pei said about the question around senior staff. I just want to know, in our last census, did we suppress the data around senior staff? Because I feel, if I'm remembering correctly, that we didn't. So can somebody clarify if we in fact suppressed our senior leadership data in our last round of employee census data collection?
So through the chair, the 2017 staff census received a 28% response rate. And so because the response rate was not representative and relatively low, we didn't complete intersectional analyses by employee group. So in 2017, identity-based data were not reported by employee groups because the response rate was low.
Okay, through you, Steph, can we have that sent to us? Because I remember something different. So if we could have, I think trustees would really benefit from that. And through you, Madam Chair, that sort of goes on to my next question. Can we get information of the changes that has happened from the last census to this census? I think it would be really helpful. I know you're saying it's not representative, but when we had this conversation last time, I don't remember that being the conversation. And I think it would be helpful to see where we have made any changes, if any. So yes, if I could have an answer to that question.
Through the chair, just for clarity, changes to the last census as in questions that were asked in the census?
No, as in the results, in the data.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, so is that, are we able to get that information shared to trustees?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think my time has run out, so I will add myself to the list if my questions are not asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Trustee Patel, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to staff for this report. This was very overdue, and still, I mean, I have no words to speak on this. We have 83% of the staff participated in this data, and 19% chose to not identify themselves. That does not add to my mathematics. And it takes back the memory of 2021 when I asked 5 questions regarding staffing data related to those 19 communities, which includes South and East Asian communities, I'm still waiting for that answer. I never received those answers. Back then, Director Dr. Malloy was there. I never got that answer back. So it makes me wonder now that, are we not trying to be transparent, number one? Number two, or the staff is fearful of identifying themselves. Number three, if we don't have data, how are we going to rectify an issue? I'm really interested to know which direction this data is going to take us. Neither the trustees have a full data, nor the general public has a full data. So I'm waiting for these three answers from the senior staff. Is it a staff fearful? Or we don't want to disclose the data properly? Or I could say, we don't have a data. And which direction we're going to head if we don't have data? Madam Chair, I'd like to hear on these three questions.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I will start with some answers to your questions. And then I may have to ask Stephanie just to clarify on the DA identification guidelines from the Information Privacy Commissioner, just some privacy best practices when conducting research, as she's the expert on that. I think if you have asked questions that you don't believe have been answered, I'm more than happy to sit down with you to review the questions and help answer them. Do you want to ensure and clarify that the data has been gathered, has been shown in the report? In fact, there are two major reports with significant amounts of data that have been attached to the board agenda materials. The data is there. It does require some time to read, but the data is actually there, and with a high response rate, the quality of the data is actually quite strong. It's not the issue of people not wanting to identify themselves. That is not the issue, and I think I want to make sure that there's clarity in that, because I think it's being misconstrued, and if it's not being misconstrued, then there's a fundamental lack of understanding of what the census and the reporting does. So we will attempt to try to clarify that. People have identified themselves if they wish. In fact, 83% of our workforce have decided this is, they want to participate in this. For the purposes of reporting the data, this is where the de-identification parts come in, really to protect personal privacy in accordance with the guidelines from the Information Privacy Commissioner, which I will ask Stephanie just to maybe to elaborate on, so that there's clarity and no that there's clarity, and we could address any misunderstanding that may be there. Thank you.
Thank you. So through the chair, just to clarify, so through the staff census report, which represents system-level aggregate findings, you'll notice that data suppression was not applied because the counts in cells are greater than 10, and the risk of re-identification and data privacy breaches are incredibly low. When we take a layered or dependent analytical approach, where we're starting, when we analyze data according to multiple variables. So in this case, we looked at, or as an example, examining employee group by gender identity or employee group by race, the cell becomes much smaller. And so the number of staff who self-identify in some cases are less than 10. And the Information Privacy Commissioner does require, in order to protect the data privacy of individuals, because the staff census was communicated to staff that it was anonymous, that we suppress data to maintain that anonymity as was promised to staff.
And through the chair, I just wanted to ensure the trustee is aware. So for example, if you see on the staff census report, starting on page 27, a very long chart, just as an example, a very long chart of system-wide data with a large number of ethnic or cultural origin questions, sorry, cultural origin categories, and you'll see system-wide that information is there. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. And to you, Madam Chair, I'm still waiting for my third answer. Since we do not have a clear data, how are we going to rectify the issue of activity of employment?
Through the chair, can you just, if you don't mind, a number of us are having a little bit of a challenge hearing in the boardroom. I think you were asking for clear data on.
So I'll repeat my question to you, Madam Chair. If we do not have a clear data of this particular group of 19% who has chosen not to identify themselves, how are we going to rectify the issue of activity of employment since we do not have an accurate data on this 19% of the group?
So through the chair, I will repeat what I said earlier. They have chosen to identify themselves. When you do reporting of survey information, especially census information involving personal, highly personal information, the guidance from the Information Privacy Commissioner is that for responses of less than 10 people, that the data is suppressed and addressed in a different way. If you require additional explanation, hopefully that makes it clearer. People who participated in the census did identify themselves. System-wide data is available. So I have a feeling really it's just a difference of understanding on how reporting census data really works. But 83% response rate, including high rates amongst all categories, and one of the charts show a breakdown in response rates by employee category, including senior team, is there. It's in the report, sorry.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. Trustee Wong, please go ahead.
First of all, I wanted to comment on the work of the staff. I really believe that we are on the right path in terms of identifying and eliminating the barriers that lead to equitable employment equity. But I do have some questions. The first one is like seeing that the survey or the consultation is going to go out soon, and given the understanding that there's comprehensive communication plan going to be put forward, first questions, I wanted to know whether the survey or the consultation will include a part of the opinion from the community where they can express how the equity employment groups can be identified. Given that I understand from this report that that group, the definition of the groups would depend on being informed by the data set collected from our student and employee census. So in terms of consultation, do they have an input in that respect?
Through the chair, I'll ask Chris Chakraborty about the ability for members, as I understand, members of the community to provide input.
Again, when I was reading, first of all, when reading a part about that, how we define, how we identify the employment equity groups, and this is to be informed by the census data that we get from our students and our employees. Mm-hmm. So again, recognizing that, again, looking at the numbers, the general, I guess the impression I got from Trustee Pei as well, that there is so-called underrepresented reports or numbers from particularly particularly from the East Asian communities. So given that, if that's the case, and that those groups will be identified by this information, by these two sets of data, then how would the community, again, very specifically from the East Asian community, be able to input in terms of how they can kind of like have their voice being represented as well?
Thank you very much, Trustee Wong. I will ask System Officer Chakraborty about how members of equity groups that have been identified as underrepresented based on the information can participate in the future consultation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. So a couple of points. So first, when we're determining the employment equity groups, this is going to be done through an employment equity plan or an employment equity procedure. At that point in time, we do welcome comments and consultations from underrepresented groups, and we will have to determine a procedure or a process in order for those underrepresented groups to be heard, for their voices to be heard, so we can inform our employment equity groups that will be considered into the employment equity plan. Yes.
Thank you. I guess like I have not been very clear in my question. So no, I really appreciate that again, the consultation, the surveys will be going out to all the community members, including CAC and partners. But at the same time, what I'm trying to ask is that, again, when we identify all that information, notification has been done through the data set from our student and employee staff census are being established. So those groups are established. They are disadvantaged or whatever we call them, underrepresented groups. So that case, when we go out to those groups, but what I'm trying to say is that those identification data has been there already. So the outside group cannot be in a position to influence in terms of defining the number or who those groups are. So again, I guess the first question is it the case that the identification of these groups is solely on the data that was collected through the student and staff census, and where community input has no bearings?
Through the chair, I wouldn't say those input have no bearings. Public consultations and staff consultations and communications with the public always have a bearing, and we're always happy to listen. But the way we have done this employment equity report and the employment equity strategy is to look at this data and not only numbers, but we do welcome also conversations and anecdotal data as well. But how we form the basis of these employment equity groups and how we form the basis of this employment equity policy is informed through this data, because that's the information that we have. And I think we have to remember that we're dealing with a staff population of 43,000 or so staff. And we're also dealing with a student population of, say, 240,000 or so students. And so there's a lot of data there, and there's a lot of information there. And so when we're trying to create a system-wide plan, being the positive organizational culture and inclusive workforce policy, as well as the procedure and the plan that follow it, we do need to use the data and the numbers as a basis to form those policies, with the understanding that we do want to talk to our community members as well as to what they're experiencing. And in my view, it should actually all be encompassed together in informing those groups.
Thank you.
I think the director would like to make some comments as well.
Thank you very much. Through chair, I will let Trustee Wong finish your questions and then make a statement if you'd allow.
I appreciate responses, but again, I want to get to a clear understanding for myself and maybe for some members of my community as well, that the identification of the groups of this employment equity group is, well, I guess I shouldn't be saying solely on the data set, but again, is set before the survey going out to the community. The definition of the groups or the identifying of the groups are done before the survey goes out.
Thank you very much. I think the director has some comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may ask a question through you, Chair, to Trustee Wong so that we're able to answer the question. Is the question, will we identify groups that are underrepresented so that we know who we need to go to consult on this policy?
I need a bit more thinking on my part, but again, for me to better understanding, to be able to communicate with my community and my student population, is that I want to be very, very clear that, again, because at the end of the day, we're trying to identify and establish a goal to eliminate the different representation or the gap of representation, right? That's the goal, that we establish almost like a quota in a sense. That's what we are trying to do. That's my understanding anyway. So to me, that becomes very important. Yes, you identify the groups, and then again, because of the reporting, the number that we reported is not exactly in line with what our usual understanding of the numbers are. So it affects the goal, the quota in that sense. So again, I don't expect an answer right now in a sense, but I'm just using it as in a sense to think through the issues for myself as well and for some members of the communities.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I want to affirm part of what I believe I hear trustees struggling with. And that is this data, as detailed as it is, and much richer in helping us to understand the demographics of the employees of the Toronto District School Board, may still have some questions. But having been a member of the senior team when the previous employment equity report was put forward, much of what you were saying with regards to groups that we needed to pay attention to, even without the data at that time, has been confirmed in the data that is before us. We do need to work with East Asian, South Asian communities to determine the barriers that are in place to their employment in different roles and positions across the Toronto District School Board. The data is always for us a starting point as staff. There are also other identities that have not shown up in this data set that we need to engage with and determine how it is that we create an opportunity for them to show us how they can contribute to the staff team here at TDSB. So we fully acknowledge that there may be some questions still embedded in this data and that our research team may need to do more work in terms of focus groups in engaging with communities where we do not have a full picture through this particular census report. I know that our census data will continue to answer questions over time. We may choose to engage in an employee census a little bit sooner or do some subsets of surveys along the way to be able to measure improvements in engaging different employees with different identities to come and work at the TDSB. So we welcome your questions. We acknowledge the gaps that exist in our data, and we're quite anxious to work with you and community members and our existing staff groups to make an improvement in diversifying our staff team and ensuring that they remain engaged and they have opportunities to grow and contribute here at the TDSB.
Thank you, Director. Trustee Sriskandarajah, we're on round 2. Did you have further comments or questions to make?
No, I think my fellow trustees have addressed some of the concerns.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comments or questions, we'll need a mover and seconder. Did you have? Oh, Trustee Wong, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say one thing before we embark on this further journey of identifying this and getting rid of the barriers for employment at different level. But I really want to say one thing about my appreciation to staff identifying, or actually not just staff, but again our purpose of a policy to identify goals for different level of employment or different level employees. Fully aware that for some employees, they are really concentrated on one particular level of employment. So in this case, in this policy review, is really I'm really happy, to be honest with you, to see that it's being differentiated. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. You just raised something I wanted to highlight, that we've tried as much as possible to identify the intersections so that the richness of the data will help inform the work that we have ahead of us going forward. Not all employment equity or staff census data reports from other organizations go into that fine detail. We made a really intentional effort to take a look at all levels of staff, central versus school, and along with a different intersectionality. So I have to say I'm very appreciative of the work of the research team, employee services, and the others, and policy services for really making sure that you have strong data with a realistic view of what we have currently that actually helps support the work that we have ahead of us to ensure that our workforce going forward will provide the support to students as needed. So thank you very much for raising that.
Thank you. So we'll need a mover and seconder for this item. Trustee Wong.
Srikanaraja.
And Trustee Chernos. Oh, Trustee Srikanaraja. And we'll open the vote on this item. Trustee Chernos and Trustee Wong in favor. Trustee Hastings.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Trustee Earhart in favor.
Trustee Earhart.
Pay in favor.
Trustee Pay in favor. Hastings in favor. I don't think he's on. Trustee Shan, are you there? I think he jumped off. Yeah. Okay, and that has carried. That was our final staff report. Thank you to all staff for your incredible work. Had a very interesting conversations tonight. And now we'll move on to an item that's here for information only. Do any trustees have any questions on this item? Okay, seeing or hearing none, we'll move on to motions. So the first motion up for discussion is cell phone, mobile device use in schools to ensure student achievement and well-being. And I'll turn this over to Trustee Chernos-Lin and Trustee Earhart.
Thank you so much, Chair. This motion I'm bringing forward tonight asks trustees to consider amending the policy review schedule to allow us to get to work on a new policy regarding cell phone and mobile devices in schools. And the idea behind this is that what we have right now is language in our code of conduct that was put in 2019, and it speaks to students using personal mobile devices, cell phones for educational purposes, and or medical. There are a few exceptions, but really the general usage of them is only for educational use, and it speaks to them not being a distraction to others. I think a lot has changed since 2019, and while I don't envision us ever not allowing a mobile device that's used for a medical condition, that kind of thing, I do think it's time to revisit this idea and consider creating a new, I think it's really important actually, I would say, and crucial that we create an actual policy. Because one of the things I've heard the most from repeatedly in the 5 years I've been a trustee, and increasingly in the last 2 years since the pandemic and since we've been back in school, is that parents and teachers are really concerned about the use of mobile devices, cell phones, smartphones in schools by students, and its interruption to learning, and its impact that it's having in the classroom. And part of the concern is that it's really left being in the code of conduct to teachers to police. And so the idea that I'm putting forward is that we create a new policy, that we go through the whole policy process that we normally would, which would involve consultation. I imagine that with parents, with students, with community members, with staff. That we also, the motion speaks to involving a jurisdictional scan. I think it's really important. There's a lot of examples coming out, not just in Canada, but in the United States and in Britain and across the world, where school boards are dealing with this. They're trying to really consider how to best move forward, and there are restrictions being put in place, and we're starting to see data on that. So my hope is that staff would be able to do a jurisdictional scan, and we would learn what's working, what's not working, and how we might build on best practices. I also think this would involve rich consultation with everybody, which would allow us to have really rich discussions to consider the best way to do this moving forward. I really envision a policy that's very clear, that sets a culture of what place a cell phone would have in a school, or might not in certain cases. I've asked, for example, that we consider restrictions around social media. And I would imagine this as really setting the groundwork so that teachers feel supported. We heard from a teacher tonight who said he's able to do this in his classroom, but part of that is his manner, his experience, his size, he even said, made an impact. We want a policy where we feel all teachers we have their back, that this policy has their back. So I think the time is right now. I would just, I would like us to think about the fact that since 2019, things have changed dramatically. We know so much more about the impact of cell phone use, cell phone addiction, mental health and well-being is we're at epidemic proportions. The Board of Health has even been talking about this as well. There was a very important report that came out from UNESCO in the summer of 2019 that talked about the distraction of cell phone use being an interruption to learning, that it takes 20 minutes for students to refocus after they've seen an alert on their phone. So if we talk about the lost opportunities for learning that this might be creating through distraction, we need to really consider it. And also the data that's come out about the impact of this on student mental health. So I really hope that you will support me. I think this is a really important time to reconsider it, to build something great and focus on student success and student achievement. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Turner-Slin. And before we go to the speakers list, Trustee Earhart, was there any comments you wanted to make as a seconder?
Yes, thanks very much. And my apologies for not being there in person tonight. I've been feeling a little bit under the weather. And so my comments will be brief. So I've seconded this motion and am hugely supportive of the efforts of Trustee Turner-Slin in this area. At my first ward council meeting as a trustee, cell phones were the first thing that was raised. And I have an 8-year-old child, so we're in the early elementary years. My focus and my thinking coming into school was really about COVID and about respiratory illness. And so cell phones were new for me. And I have to say, in August 2023, when we had our presentation by Toronto Public Health, and they spoke to concerns around screen time with students, I paused and really started looking into this. And so, because I've heard it from these two areas now, and I'm a person who loves technology, but I think the information that's coming out is really speaking to harms. And so I am increasingly learning and taking to heart the evidence that's coming in around our phones and devices and social media and their harms, particularly for children. And so in our roles as trustees, I think this is an incredibly important area for us to be looking at. I also think I spend a lot of time railing against the province as a trustee. I know many people have heard that. This is an area where there's a rare circumstance, I believe a rare circumstance where I'm in very much agreement with our provincial government of the day. that this is an area where restrictions are warranted. And when there is that kind of consensus, I think it's important that we leverage it and are very ambitious for the benefit of students and children and our broader society. And so I look forward to our dialogue tonight. I really hope my fellow trustees will be supportive of this. I want to thank all the community members who have been writing and showing support. And I really just want to encourage our staff to be very ambitious in their exploration of this. And I want to just make a quick note of two elements where I'd like to invite staff to take a wide lens and to be ambitious in particular. And one is around what we're calling development of a new cell phone mobile device policy. What is the thing we're seeking to restrict? I would like to invite staff to take a wide lens there. And also the consideration of social media restrictions. I would really like to invite us to be ambitious and thoughtful and considerate of that, particularly as there is such increasing emerging evidence of the harms of these platforms for mental health and other areas of public health as well. And so just thanks very much, and I look forward to our dialogue and discussion.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Arts, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you through you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the movers for this. I'm not on the committee, but I am in support. However, I think I've made it clear that I don't support bans of any kind for the sake of banning things. I think that I would really have to see that this comes attached to education programs, and I want to see, first of all, the policy and procedure that empowers staff to have the classroom environment that benefits our students and makes it easier to do their job in doing that, and provides the protections that they need. That it's clear. I think the teacher that came and presented today was clear that if they have a clear policy to back them up, they will feel empowered, and that would be great. But the conversations around social media and the harms of stuff like that, I don't think we get very far on that if we are not also creating an education, that we're not also creating education programs, especially for at an early age, those primary and junior grades, about social media, what happens with digital literacy, not waiting, like we've had conversations on other topics on this, not waiting until students are already in the midst. They've already been given a cell phone, they're already mired in social media, and then we are fighting upstream to something that we are able to get education in. I'll just relay, we got some really interesting communications from our youngest teacher last year. She was in grade 4. Her friends didn't have cell phones, but she was in a mixed class with grade 5s, and most of the grade 5s had cell phones, and there was a lot of very kind of made you go, wow, grade 5s are into these things, reported what kids were talking about that they had seen on social media that was, we would have thought was beyond their years. And I think most people would be akin to what high school students would be into. So, it's kids have phones at really young ages. We need to have education programs that make them savvy in that digital literacy and social media before they're already swamped by it. The other thing I would like to see included, because this has come up in my ward a couple of times this past year, is if we are going to give teachers the ability to do things like confiscate phones, that we also give them clear protocols for protecting that property. That practice of, put the phones in the basket has brought complaints across my desk where the cell phones have been stolen, or the device has been stolen before the end of class because the location they were kept in was not secure. And the demand from parents, quite rightly, was, you confiscated my child's phone, it was stolen, it was $1,000, you need to replace it. And I would not want to see our schools or staff become responsible for that kind of liability as well. So I would like to see included clear protocols or resources for a secure, if it comes to the point of asking students to put them somewhere, put them away, that it is a secure location, that they're guaranteed that they're going to be able to get their cell phone back at the end of the day. But really, I think that education, we are an education institution, and education is our best way forward with informing kids and about how to be prepared for what the world is going to offer them when they walk out of our doors. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Up next, we have Trustee Dudavidas, followed by Trustee Srisukandaraja.
Thank you, through the chair. Some comments first, and then I had a question at the end for staff on this, if they can help clear some things for me. First of all, I wanted to thank the movers. And I'm going to say, when I first saw the email with the information on what we're going to have to be discussing, I wasn't of a frame of mind to think I would be supporting it. A couple of days later, went into middle school, talked to the principal, they brought me on board. And it was the passion and almost verging on thirst that they had to implement something that would help them have a better educational environment. The difficulties that they were relating to me in terms of how difficult it was to deal with that age group and the type of negative behaviors associated with cell phone usage and so on. So that was new to me. So I'm looking forward to seeing the result of this, but I want to take a second to thank the movers for their work on this. I also wanted to share that I talked to two student councils in two of my high schools about this. And so you can imagine, they're unhappy about the possibility of not having their cell phones. And the most illuminating moment for me was when I asked them if they thought the cell phone behavior was a little bit addictive, and they all agreed. And then I asked them if they thought there was some negative behavioral connections to heavy cell phone usage, and they all agreed. So I think we need to have a conversation with our students as well, particularly our older students. How do we ban an 18-year-old from having a cell phone? It's a little bit different than how we ban a 10-year-old from having a cell phone, I think. So I agree as well with some of the comments from Trustee Arts on that a lot of what we need to do is to go back and step back, not just for our high school students and middle school age students, but to think through the curriculum and where it is that we can insert some educational activities and resources for our children to be able to learn at an early age before they get their first cell phone about what it is to be in balance and healthy in your usage, and the fact that a lot of people are trying to market you, and that you're a source of revenue for people, and that you need to understand what that means for yourself and for your own mental health. And then to my question, and part of this is maybe to movers as well. As I was thinking about this, how does this policy change relate to any future forthcoming policy thoughts or activities that we're doing around AI? So if we're going to restrict social media, do we also need to think through how any of this stuff touches on the use that our students are having with different AI tools on their cell phones when they're doing exams, when they're writing essays and things of that nature? I know we had a very similar sort of conversation when Wikipedia first came out. and Wikipedia was going to make it so that apparently no kid ever would learn how to write an essay because they could just copy and paste and all these other things. Fine. And there's all types of tools that teachers and professors can use to try and see who's plagiarizing and things of that nature. So, do we need to connect this to that conversation, or is there something else coming? And maybe the movers, if you had any conversations with staff about it, or if staff want to speak to that.
Sure, I'll pass it to Trustee Chernow-Slyn as the mover.
So through the chair, thank you. It's a great question, Trustee DeVitis. It is something I have talked about with staff. It's something I've heard about from parents. They're wondering if we're going to have a policy coming out around AI. And I know staff is working on something related to that. I'm not sure exactly if it's going to be a policy. The beauty of creating a new policy is we don't have a full roadmap of where we're going. And so I imagine that the discussions, and I really do hope that the discussions will be rich, wide-ranging, will allow us to consider all of these different pieces and what might fit in this or what might fit somewhere else. I do imagine part of what you're getting at is related to our policy, other policies we may have around student work and things like that. But I do know that there is something in the works that I know I've asked the director about before, and actually fairly recently, but it might be prudent to see if staff want to comment on this as well.
Thank you very much through the chair. We have several groups of staff engaging with students and staff in schools, and on our business and operations side, looking at how AI may augment the work that we're doing and also support student learning. It is a reality for many of our students, perhaps to a greater degree than it is for many of us as adults. This particular motion, if it becomes a board resolution, would consider the use of AI tools as part of learning. And much like the other technological tools and apps that students use, they may access them differently using laptops or tablets as part of their learning within a classroom or a particular course, which is, I think, a bit different potentially than cell phone usage for personal reasons during the school day.
Thank you. And through the chair, if I can ask a follow-up question to the director. So would you say that this wording is sufficient for us to tie in the rest of the work that you described that's already going on in relation to AI? Does it need to say social media restrictions and AI or anything like that? Or are we comfortable that this is sufficient to cover the work that is already in process and that may tie to this?
Thank you very much. I am comfortable that this particular motion would give staff the ability to include AI tools. However, I do have Vitaly Plotnikov here who can speak to the potential procedure and whether or not he feels that there should be additional language included in this motion to cover AI.
Thank you very much. As part of the policy review or policy development process, it's one of key objectives to ensure alignment of new policy or existing policy that is revised with other policies, operational procedures. So as part of, I believe trustee mentioned jurisdictional scan, this is what we're going to do. But as part of that, we will be doing kind of internal scan of all documentation, all rules existing that require attention as part of this policy development. So this work is part of the process and will be ensured to be completed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeVitis. Next, Trustee Sriskandarajah, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to thank the movers for this motion. I'm in support of bans. I think, but I do, especially this one. But I do want to recognize what Trustee Art said. I do believe bans only work and are only as effective as the education campaigns that go along with it. Banning smoking indoors, I think, was a great idea. And so, but that has only been successful with coupling the extensive sort of education campaigns have happened for decades with about the harms of tobacco use. So I think this is a really great beginning of a policy that I think is great, and I think the education piece needs to be there, like Trustee Art said, starting at the younger ages. Educating parents. I think a lot of parents, a lot of grandparents, they just don't understand the effects of cell phones. And I think, I think oftentimes it's kind of sort of compared to, well, you all grew up watching TV and what's the harm, right? And I think there's just a really great opportunity here to do a lot of education around the harms of cell phone use or excessive cell phone use. And I also look forward, I think this will help behavior. I think this will help with mental health, all of the things that we're spending so much money and resources trying to tackle. I think this can help those things. So I think just in terms of financial efficiencies, I think this is great for those things as well. I think it'll help with bullying. I think a lot of our cyberbullying or what happens partly is because of that access to the phones and being able to record and capture things that happen in schools. And I think this is not just for students. I mean, I know this is for students, but these are broader conversations. Or some of the complaints I often get is from parents as well. After a child had an accident or something happened in the playground, often the comment I get is, well, the teacher was on supervising duty was on their cell phone during during supervising. So I think this will start conversations for wider cultural changes, and I think schools are a great place for that. So I support and want to see, and it's going to be really difficult. So I also agree that we're going to need to have a lot of supports in place for our teachers, for our principals to be able to implement this. It's really, really difficult to part ways with a cell phone, which is just scary, but just, our own experiences. If you leave your cell phone in another room for too long, you have to get nervous. So for young children, they had cell phones for much longer, or, in proportionate to the span of their life than we have. So I think those things are great. I do think, and I've mentioned this before, I do think we need to work towards an AI policy. I don't know if I think this is a good jump off point. What I would ideally like to see is something standalone, but I also understand that AI is a very, evolving issue. But I think it extends beyond students. I think teachers are more and more relying on AI, and I think we can't ban AI, even though, and I get how that might sound in this context, but figuring out ways to how we can live with AI and how we can leverage it for the things that it's useful for, and how we can also figure out how to be critical with that use, but extending again to both teachers and students as well. But again, I just wanted to thank the movers. I look forward to hearing the delegations and all the things that are going to come out of this. I know it's going to be tough, but I think we will look back decades from now, hopefully, if this passes. I think we'll be really proud of the positive effects that this will have. So I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Trustee King, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll do my best not to repeat much of what's already been said. But I'm very supportive of this exploration, really excited about the potential for the positive impact in the learning and mental health and socialization, like we heard. The areas that really stood out for me, besides the obvious with the learning opportunities, as I was first considering this, was what it can do potentially to alleviate pressures on staff. And we've heard a little bit about this already. I think about where we've been talking about going as an organization, as we talk about the challenges that we know that staff are facing. And I just think when we think about the whole ecosystem of the school, that attention on staff is also important as it influences the environment for students. The other area that really stood out for me, and I think it comes from being very active on the discipline committee, is really understanding and seeing so many examples of how the phone also relates to risky behaviors and behaviors that are really against our code of conduct. And create more challenges for students. So I'm particularly interested in those areas. I think the only other area I just wanted to comment on is I know that there will be extensive consultation and discussion, and I really just want to emphasize not only getting student voice, but really hearing and understanding the different ways that they're using devices in school. And this comes to mind as we're sharing different personal examples of the conversation that I had with my 14-year-old. So two things that came out of that are my 14-year-old has chosen to turn down the one-on-one device, and instead of using a laptop in school, prefers to use their phone because they find the connectivity more reliable. Another example is that my child does not have an identification or an IEP, but is very aware that they're very sensitive to a lot of stimulus and noise and crowds. So they like to have music in their headphones at lunchtime, for instance, in the school building, as a way to get a little bit of escape from all that stimulus in the day. So I just hope that we're taking the time and not just inferring conclusions about the different ways that students are using phones, both positively and not so positively, as we are figuring out what the best approach is for both elementary and secondary, recognizing that they might be different as well. So thank you to the movers, and like everyone else, looking forward to see where this goes.
Thank you, Trustee King. Trustee Wong, if I may pass the chair to you, because I think it's on the floor. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you to the movers for this really important motion, as well as all the research that you've shared, because I think it helps us make an informed decision. I had two questions for staff. I'm really happy that the intentional language use here, restriction of use of personal mobile during instructional time versus the usage of the word ban. I feel like even though we're using this language, I feel like in the community, they're using the word ban a lot. And I'm just kind of reflecting on kind of the negative connotations the word bans usually have, and which students are penalized more over others. But I'm just wondering, have we done, in our recent history, have we done any type of other bans? No? Okay. And my second question was, I'm not sure where I read this, but something about we had a previous ban on cell phone usage that was removed. If you can share details about why.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we would have to do more investigation into that to be certain, so we will follow up with a response for that. I believe that it may have changed dramatically during the pandemic.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm not sure where I read it, but I just had a question about that. But yeah, in support of this motion, I think it also teaches students that are so used to scrolling to learn to take a break. So I think that's really helpful. So thank you. And that's it for me. Seeing no further questions. Oh, sure. Oh, Trustee Hastings, and then we'll come back. Trustee Hastings, please go ahead.
Center to all this conversation. I'm looking at what Trustee Arts had to say, and there's got to be another way. Taking away one's devices, taking away one's vices is not what I think is the way that we're going, but we're on the right path to finding something that does work. You can take away one's cell phone, take away my cell phone, and I'm still going to be able to use all the other 3 devices that are not cell phones to do the same thing. I like to suggest that in the short term, phones be confiscated. Yes, I realize that a lot of the teachers are not like the big guy that walked in and said, we're going to take those phones away, and he's able to walk over and take them away. What I'd like to see happen is something along the line of what the big guy had to say and what Trustee Arts has to say, and that is work on a way of between confiscating and having people be conscious enough to put those things away while they're at school in their desk. And that's what I'd love to say.
Thank you, Trustee Hastings. And to wrap things up, Trustee Turner-Slim, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just want to reiterate how great the discussion has been this evening. We've heard some really good feedback from trustees, and I think this is the opening for an opportunity for us to have many more rich conversations, to hear from staff about some of the challenges they face in the classroom, and to learn what things are working and what things aren't working so that we can build on best practices. And so I just wish to thank colleagues for input on this, to thank staff for input on this, to thank Trustee Erhard for working through this motion together. This was, definitely a joint effort and lots of discussions about it. And I really look forward to the discussions that we'll have as a committee and as a board and as communities as we go forward with this policy. I want to just also thank all the many, many parents and staff who have written in the recent weeks and in the years prior to this. This is a culmination of many years of hearing about this, and certainly post-pandemic, where we're really thinking about all of us being back together, peer-to-peer, colleagues together, but also students together in classrooms. We want to make sure every moment of learning counts, and I'm really excited about the path we're on and where we'll go with this. So I just want to thank everybody and say how much I look forward to all of our work together on this and the discussions that we'll have inside this room, but also out in community. That's it.
Thank you. And I guess now we'll ask for movement sector, Trustee Turner-Slim and Trustee Erhard. And now we'll open the vote on this item.
Trustee Pay in favor.
Trustee Pay, Trustee Wong, Trustee Roger Colasingham.
Trustee Nunziata in favor.
Trustee Nunziata.
I'm in favor, yes.
Okay. And Trustee Hastings against. And that item is carried. Congratulations to the movers. And now we move on to our final motion of tonight. That's up for discussion. Latin American Heritage Month by trustees D. Davidis and Hassan.
Thank you through the chair. I want to thank Trustee Hassan for having seconded the motion. And it's a few other people to think on this. I want to take a moment to thank the Latin American History Month Committee and the work that they've done over the years to move mountains and the volunteer work that they do. I want to thank Andrea specifically for helping to co-chair the committee. And I want to thank her for coming down today and being vulnerable and helping to illustrate the importance to her of what it meant for her as a youth, and then coming up and taking up space in, a context that isn't always easy for folks that come from racialized groups and groups that don't always get recognized. So I want to thank her for that. You teared a few of us up, and it was a difficult thing to watch you go through that, because I wasn't there quite yet at committee, and I wanted to give you a hug, and I got to do that later. So just to thank you for that. Motion hopes to do two things. And in that sense, it's fairly straightforward. It hopes to move the celebration to October to be consistent with the federal government, the municipal government. But then it also hopes to be more consistent with the school board's values around inclusivity. Not all people in the continent of Latin America are Hispanic, and it's as simple as that. So we want to do a celebration that allows all the students in our schools that are from Latin America to be celebrated in a way that I think some of us may not have realized was happening, to exclude some of them. And I'm going to say that, my own experience as an immigrant kid coming into Canada, it wasn't always easy in school. And the spaces where I found some safety and inclusion were things such as the Spanish after-school classes. I'm not going to remember all my grade 6 teachers, but I remember Miss Montenegro because that was like the one space that I could feel safe in, and I belonged while I was still learning English and still trying to figure out how to make friends in a different cultural environment. And I'm going to say that this isn't exclusive to my own history and my own culture and my own experience. Obviously, lots of students trying to find themselves in different ways. And for us to create those spaces that are inclusive and that are accepting, we have to sometimes shift how we do some of those things. There is a third part in yellow there. I want to acknowledge that staff have been working with me to try and make sure that procedurally we're consistent with some of the larger conversations that we're having around some of this. But lastly, on a personal basis, as the first person of Latin American heritage to be elected to a school board in the 21st century, it's important for me at a personal level to do this. And I remember some of the conversations that led to this sort of dual sort of celebration and thinking that this is something that I wanted to go back and be able to collaborate with folks around doing something more. And I'm going to tell my colleagues now, I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back with other folks, young students, and have them sort of share with us how it is that we can actually take some substantive measures to breach the educational gap that Latinx students have within our system. And I hope to be able to come back in April, which would be the last celebration at that month, hopefully, if this can go through and have a conversation about what that may mean. So I'm hoping to get everyone's support on this. I'm happy to take questions, but thank you to the committee and everyone for your time today on this one.
Trustee Hastings, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. I'm sitting here tonight, and what I've heard through the deputation, the presenter, and the trustee across the way, I've never heard this before, and I'm definitely going to need some time really think about this. I've never heard it, and I don't know how and which way to turn on that. My apologies. And that's what I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Chernoslin.
I'd like to thank the movers for bringing this forward. I know this has this situation of having these 2 months has been a challenge in recent years, particularly as it's been made apparent to us. And I would like to thank you not only for bringing this to our attention, to the board's attention, but for finding a way to manage this through our governance process, because that also took some creativity. So I am in full support, and I look forward to this. And I think this really makes sense. I like the alignment with other levels of government. I think there's a simplicity to this, which is great. And I think the values that underpin it support the values of the Toronto District School Board. So I am very happy to be in support of this. And I'm happy to second just at committee today if you don't have a seconder present. So I would just offer that to you. Thank you.
And if I may pass the chair to you, I want to thank Trustee DiDavidas, because I think this was one of the first things you really advocated once you became a trustee. And I can't imagine what your representation on this board and you championing this cause must mean to you and the community you represent. So thank you for being such a strong advocate for this and teaching us about this, because I had no idea about the history behind the term Hispanic. And at this time, I also want to thank Andrea and her representation. We talk so much about decolonizing our schools, but I think that term is so broad that it's when in actions like this, and we move away from Eurocentric gazes and names and labels, and we come back to Indigenous communities and how they self-identify, and honoring that self-identification. I think that's really powerful. So thank you to the both of you, and looking forward to seeing how this work unfolds. Thank you. And Trustee Earhart, you're next.
I just quickly, I wanted to say thank you and make note that I've received messages from community members who have said that this is very meaningful to them. And so I just wanted to make sure that Trustee DiDavidas knows that there's a very wide range of people for whom this will carry meaning. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Seeing no further comments or questions, we'll need a mover and seconder. So Trustee DiDavidas, seconded by Trustee Chernoslin, and we'll open the vote on this item. Rajkul Singham in favor.
Trustee Nunziata is in favor.
Trustee Wong in favor.
Trustee Earhart in favor.
Trustee Pay in favor.
He's in favor. In favor. And that has passed. Congratulations to Trustee DiDavidas. Now adjournment. Do we have a mover and seconder? Trustee Wong and
What
Trustee.
happens if we say no?
If you'd like. All those in favor? Thank you, everyone. Fantastic conversations.
Thank you.